where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. First things first, I want to say I'm sorry that I took a little bit of a leave on YouTube again. I've had 2 sick kids, and now I am sick, but I'm here. We're going to do some read-throughs, but I want to give you guys the heads up that I don't feel the best, so if I have to pause to blow my nose or anything like that, please forgive me. I have the lovely Sleuthy Goosey here with me to continue our read-throughs of the depositions that were released from the Delphi case. And so, hello, lovely Sleuthy Goosey.
I probably got you sick.
Yeah, I know. That's why I blame you.
I mean, it's just awfully odd to me how every time I do the mouth breather roll, I get sick. And then you get sick. This has happened twice now. This happened with Onion, and it's now happened with whichever one I did that with this time.
I don't even remember who it is.
Ned or the other one.
Oh, was it Ned? No, it was Rock. No, it was Ned. It was absolutely Ned. It was Ned for sure. Yeah, send runes to exorcise the sickness. I don't know what those are or what they would be, but yes. So excited to spend my birthday with you, lovely ladies. Would you consider doing an Ask Me Anything on Delphi? Hell yeah, Chansey. And happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And thank you for the super chat. You don't have to give me super chats on your birthday, though, but thank you very much for that. Ask Me Anything on Delphi. Sleuthy, would you like to schedule an Ask Me Anything on Delphi?
Sure.
I mean, I feel like I would kind of do that anyway, but if you wanted to do like a whole thing on it, we could absolutely do it.
I'm down to do that. Also, I told Teresa to put up a banner for her Cash App so you guys didn't have to send super chats because I wouldn't want to give YouTube my money, and she hasn't done it.
I didn't do it. But I did pin my link tree to the top of the chat.
You always do, and we know that, but nobody pays any attention to that. They don't.
I know. I'm very sorry. Well, now I can't. Now it's too late. I can't go back and do it. Hi, Gritty. What's up, Luke? Hi, Mar. I just judged Jessica. Delphi AMA.
Yeah.
Pencil in 694 hours. I don't know. Do you think anybody would have anything to ask us?
I don't know. I feel like an Ask Me Anything with Delphi feels like it feels like we do that anyway, even though nobody asked.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know. Do you guys have like questions that we could even answer? Like
I also feel like an Ask Me Anything about us too is also something we just do no matter what anyway. I mean, because we divulge a lot of information that nobody asked for.
That's true. It's a you didn't ask me, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
Yeah, all the time. Whether we're talking about childbirth or, I mean, it's usually just something crazy. Is Rich? No.
That's an easy one for me. No, not at this. No. They would have to show me something way beyond what we've seen to ever put me in that good. But I don't think he has anything to do with anything.
I've already seen all the evidence that they have against Richard Allen, and no.
We usually, yeah. But I mean, I'd be happy to do it. We could just like hang out and just talk about anything Delphi that you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, malicious intent. Love you. Just wait till trial, Teresa.
It's
That's
now
what
a year later.
that's what everybody told me. Everybody told me just wait till trial and they'll prove it.
Well, now they're going to start saying, wait till the retrial.
They did not prove it to me at all. I don't even know. I cannot wrap my mind around how a jury of 12 was able to come to that conclusion. I can't. And I understand, like, people will say, well, they didn't see all the evidence, so they didn't know anything but what Nick showed them. Even with what Nick showed them,
Right.
I'm like, you put a dude away for 130 years based on what Nick had, which was fucking nothing.
Right. Like, I'm not even convinced that Richard Allen was there, like, when the girls were there. Like, am I convinced? Not even really totally convinced that he was there, other than the fact that, like, he said that he was there in 2017, and then when he was interviewed in 2022, he said that he was there. But, like, in
He's
terms
never
of,
not said that he was there that day.
right, in terms of, like, the time that the girls were there, and, like, the time where these witnesses saw somebody, even though they couldn't say that they saw Richard Allen, he was sitting right there 10 feet from them.
Right.
I'm not convinced at all that he was even present when this person they saw was there.
I agree.
So,
Letty, no, the families of the girls think that Richard Allen is guilty.
they almost have
Hi,
to. What's the
Cryptic.
alternative?
Well,
After
I mean,
8 years, what's the alternative?
Yeah, I don't know if
Like, would it be
I'm
better
very
for them
blessed.
to think?
Yeah, I've never had to experience anything like those families had, so it's really tough to say like that. I wouldn't just want to make sure somebody was accountable to what happened, because I don't know if I'd want to live thinking that the person was still out there.
Right.
You know, and then you've got Nick, who is, I mean, he's a very good master manipulator. He really is. I think he's absolutely a narcissistic, manipulative man.
Having been through much of the transcript, I think that, and I'm not necessarily saying that this was the wrong thing to do in terms of his strategy, but I absolutely think that he and the prosecution team laid heavily on emotions of the jurors. Make them feel, especially with the little details like that Libby wanted to solve crimes, and that Abby and Libby solved their own murder, and then, like, repeatedly showing the jury, without any type of warning, sudden, very close-up photographs of little children's necks cut, okay, with no warning. And I think that a lot of that was playing on their emotions, so that by the end of the trial, regardless of what he had proven or not, they were going to want someone to pay. And unfortunately, the only person that was there to do so, and they weren't allowed to offer any others, was Richard Allen.
And I'll also say 2
I agree,
points.
CH.
2 points to what you just said. One being that the person who is arrested and put on trial is already set at a disadvantage for the fact that people want to believe that cops get the right bad guy. They just do. I mean, that's our human nature, is we want to think our cops are protecting us and that they're doing their job correctly, and they're out there, searching for justice. So the defendant already walks in with that disadvantage no matter what. And I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. It just is what it is. And the second side of this is, after going through like trial transcripts and these types of transcripts, Nick is a better speaker than Andy Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
He's more concise, and I, not that I want to say that, I don't. I think that Andy is a better human being than Nick, but Nick is a better speaker. He was short, concise, to the point, and he used the emotions to garner what the outcome that he wanted. I mean, he just did a better job. I think if Rosie had done more of the cross-examinations, the direct examinations, and probably the opening statement, I think that we would have had, I think we would have had a better chance. Andy's likable, but he's long-winded and doesn't get to the point. So that's kind of where I'm at. And no, I don't think Koberger's innocent.
I also think that what made him more effective here was the fact that he was less flexible than the defense. I felt like the defense, when they were of the opinion that Richard Allen was totally innocent and didn't have anything to do with this, I found that their flexibility was really aggravating, because it was like, why are you being so flexible? Why are you not arguing that more? Why are you allowing them to just do whatever it is they're doing and not putting up a fight about it? And a lot of the sidebars and stuff, I just felt like it was given up a lot. And I think that also played into it. And Nick wasn't flexible at all. So like, if they wanted to do something, he'd argue against it. But if he didn't want them to do something, or he wanted to do something, they pretty much will just let it go. I think there were like two things that they actually argued. And still it wasn't in their favor.
Okay, I agree with what he's saying. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You do not agree with what he is saying. Like, why are you don't agree?
Right.
Like, stop it. And to KO's point, it is much easier to be confident in your position when you feel like the judge is in your pocket. And in opposite side, for the defense team, it's much harder to be confident when you know that the judge is playing everything they can against you. I mean, whether you think he's innocent or guilty in the long run, the guy did not get a fair trial at all. So I don't, I kind of will just stick with that. I don't think he's involved. I don't think they had the evidence to prove he was involved. And I think it was, what would I say, like a shiesty trial.
I don't think he had a fair trial, and I think that they knew that they knew they didn't have evidence that he was involved, and they knew they didn't have enough evidence that he was involved in order to convict him, and they needed a confession from day one, when Holman was in there screaming at him inside the interrogation room about like nothing, and then arrested him without a warrant and no additional information. And they knew that they needed confessions. And I think they went about doing that and getting that in whatever way they could.
Yes, I agree. And I've said for a long time that the case was manufactured backwards for the intent of just putting somebody away so that they could get this off of their plate and not be, bombarded with it anymore. Okay, so with that said, same as we've done with the other depositions, this should be our last round of depositions unless other ones get released, which, I mean, blessed, I hope they do. This should be our last live doing depositions, and then we should be able to be covering some other topics with the other documents that were released. So today we have Anna Williams' deposition. We have Susan Case, which many people don't remember who she is. Susan Case was the lady who worked as the the human resources, the time card lady for Liberty Landfill, where Brad Holder worked. So she's the one who turned over all of Brad Holder's work records. So that's who Susan is. And then we have Betsy Blair. And so we have those three left. There is another deposition by Dr. Eric Warren that I don't think we're gonna read at all. I mean, if you guys want to read that one on your own, have at it. It has nothing of substance. It has nothing of substance to really add to anything that I don't even know why they deposed him, to be honest with you.
I mean, we could go over it, like pieces of it at some point, but like the gist of it is he was part of the like tool mark examination experts. And basically he came in to look at how this state police woman did this comparison between an unfired round found at the scene and a fired round that she fired out of Richard Allen's gun. And basically they were looking to get information from him about how the test was conducted, and like if it's normal to compare a fired round to an unfired round. Is it accurate to do that, or is there going to be change anyway? So I think really his testimony probably got less important when they couldn't get the metallurgist. They wouldn't allow that person to testify, because I think that person would have then also been able to explain like when the metal on like the casing of the bullet like would heat up, what changes that made, and things like that. In fact, the jury actually had a question about that, and no one could answer it because the judge wouldn't have. She didn't allow the person that could have answered that to testify. But he's just boring. And basically, what he said is that tool mark examinations are accurate if you're basically comparing apples to apples.
Right. That's
So
the
when
whole
you're
reason
comparing
I don't
apples to
think it's
oranges, it's
necessary
garbage.
to even read it, because we know just from looking at the transcripts that they did not compare apples to apples. They compared oranges to oranges, and I don't know how the jury doesn't understand that, or maybe it's the fact that they, the defense wasn't given the funding to be able to bring on all the people that they should have been able to, or that they didn't do their own examination of the firearm itself. I don't know what caused them. We haven't heard from jurors besides one.
Teresa, I see that I'm confusing people in the chat.
Yeah, you are. This
Okay.
is not Anna. This is Sleuthy reading.
Sorry, it's just me.
Yeah, not lucky enough to have Anna, just Sleuthy, you guys. But we're
Hate
gonna
to burst your bubble, ruin your Saturday.
We're a few have asked, yeah, it's not just one. So we're going to be reading the deposition of Anna Williams, and I am going to be the all-encompassing lawyers again, like we've done before, and I will do my best to tell you when I'm switching attorneys, and then Sleuthy Goosey is reading on behalf of Anna Williams, and then she'll read on behalf of Susan Case, and then she'll read on behalf of Betsy Blair. Hi, Christine. Yeah, the one juror that we did hear from said the bullet was not even a factor in their decision making, probably because they didn't understand it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Anna Williams is Abby Williams' mom, one of the victim's moms, and then somebody else had something. And Patrick. So anybody who hasn't heard, Patrick Westfall was arrested last night. I'm hearing on carrying a gun charge. I've only know that he was arrested. I don't know all the details. People are also saying that potentially one of his sons was arrested. Same time, same place kind of thing. It's also a Westfall. I don't remember all of he has like 5 kids. I don't remember all of their names, so I can't answer that. So if you guys have those questions, maybe somebody in chat might be able to give you more info.
I mean, in terms of him, like, I'm not surprised. Are you? I mean, he's a racist criminal. Like, I'm not surprised at all.
Exactly.
So
I mean,
I'd be more weird if he didn't get arrested.
Yeah, and he's going to be carrying a gun, so I'm also not surprised by that.
Also not surprising.
And then All Eyes is putting in a link for you guys if you guys want to check out Patrick's info from jail. So if anybody wants to check that out, you guys can click on that link. And then here's Gabriel's. All Eyes, you may actually know then. Do you is that actually his son? Because like I said, I don't remember all of his kids' names. He was mad that the polar bears and the brown bears, they were hooking up, so he brought his gun. He's like, I'm gonna end this right now.
The only thing like not shitty that he ever said was when he said that in terms of the conditions of Rick in prison and his treatment and stuff were all likely true. Like he, as a criminal, was like, they're probably not lying about the way that he is being treated. Yeah.
As much as he said, like the things he said, he definitely he didn't deny his quote unquote passions, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
He just tried to sugarcoat them with nicer words.
Like instead of saying that black people and white people shouldn't be in relationships and shouldn't have kids, he equated it to black bears and polar bears not being allowed to mix.
Right. That's why I'm like, so he tried to sugarcoat his beliefs into they're not that bad.
And you know what that means? You don't sugarcoat things unless you know that it's like wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise you would just say it. Gross.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Garbage. No, Letty, you're fine. You ask all the questions you want to ask. You can whatever you got.
She said she's
And
new to this, and I feel bad because I'm hoping that
there's
new
so
people
much.
come on, and like I am working on a new spreadsheet, but like I don't feel like there's much that isn't years and years old that would be like impossible to find that summarizes everything. I actually sent someone the recent what it was victim to verdict, the one on Court TV, the episode that was just out. And I was like, this is like a super brief, very brief synopsis, but like it's a synopsis. I've been begging like Angela to make a synopsis, like a
So
40-minute thing.
I have been writing one.
It's just so hard.
And it just has kind of fallen to the wayside with, I mean, I have a good chunk of it done. I mean, I started it over the summer when I was at nationals. So, I mean, it's been a little while since I've even worked on it. Cause then when I came back, we started all the AI transcripts from trial, and then life took over. And then now we're doing the depos and, you know, with all the stuff that all eyes got, it's just like, I really feel like there's just not enough time. And but I'd hope that Angela does. I hope I can finish one, something. We just need like a couple. DB says we really need one that's like 20 minutes in an hour-long version. Well, what I'm hoping to do is like is it in parts, like a part one, my unseasonably warm podcast.
Like Turtle Boy's framed videos. Like
Yeah.
I always said like we need something like that, but there's not. And maybe I'm the one that's making it as though there's so many things. Like maybe we just talk about like the crime, and then like
Well, I have it like I have it broke down into sections. I can pull it. I mean, I could just tell you what they are. Or I could just maybe fucking finish it. That might be better. But it's like, you know, the unseasonably warm day, you know, like and the finding of the bodies, and then it's the investigation, and that's all like encompassing, and then it's the arrest, and then we get into like third party suspects and things, you know, along those lines. And then there's one episode kind of in the middle that I didn't know where to put it, of like the main three alternative suspects.
Yeah, see, that's a multi. It's just not possible to not do a multi episode. There's no squeezing it all into.
No, I had it all in different. Mine's all different episodes, but it's all like pre-recorded, so it's just done. I don't know. I have big plans in my brain, and things don't always just come out the way I want them to.
That's my problem. Like I can picture exactly how I want it to be, and like all the things that I want to say, but then actually creating it, I just can't.
Okay, well, maybe we just need to work together, and then we can just create it.
We need to do like me and you and Angela, because she like was starting on things. I like read something for her for an episode or something, like that whole descent into hell thing. That was what I had named a spreadsheet to like help her get, but like we're hitting roadblocks on like I think probably wanting to put too much in, because you don't want to leave out the things that are important. And I think to people who have been following this all along, it's hard to cross out things because they all feel important.
Because it led us to where we ended up and why we ended up there, in my opinion.
Right.
So Carrie Cherry says, I'm a FKR who got into this to avoid the bullshit drama going on lately.
Yeah,
I have been trying my best to stay away from the FKR drama land of life. But sometimes it's hard, and I'm skimming it just to kind of stay in the know, but I do not want to get deep into that because you know that you can't get out. So
I don't like the piecemealing of stuff. Like me, like, and this is just my personal preference for how I am, but like, I'm just not going to say it until I'm ready to show you all the things. So like this whole, like bringing it up, putting up a screenshot, 2 screenshots, then putting out 7-second clips, 20-second clips of like random parts of a conversation. Like that is all so stupid to me. And I don't see the point in it other than to get people riled up, choosing a side for no reason. It's like there's other important shit going on, like whatever.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Hi, Schmeed. Teamwork makes the dream work. Hell yeah, baby. Okay, we probably need to actually get to it. Hey, Percocet. Let me see.
Oh my God, it's 25 minutes in already.
Yeah, and we've just been bullshitting. Okay. All right. So we're going to go through, like I was telling you, we're going to do the deposition of Anna Williams. Then we're going to do Susan Case. And then we're going to do Betsy Blair. And that should finish us off on all the depositions. And then we'll be able to do other stuff.
Yeah. This isn't too terribly long because a lot of it's redacted. So.
Yeah. So this is Anna Williams, and her deposition took place on August 30th of 2024.
And she's Abby's mom, one of the victims.
Yeah, that's interesting that it was so late in the game.
Well, remember, Auntie Baldwin brought this up in the trial after she testified, and Gull wasn't going to allow the third party stuff, and that was what he wanted to ask her about, basically, is the stuff in this deposition. And for whatever reason, instead of doing an offer to prove and calling her back to the stand to ask her these questions on the record, he just put in this entire deposition. So this is mainly going to be about third party people.
Yeah, Gull asked him, like, was this after the 3-day hearing, or was this before that? And he was like, it's after. And she was like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and then he was like, so you had this, so why didn't you turn it? Like, it was this back and forth where she was like being an idiot. Basically, I think she was trying to get it to not go in. Like, she was trying to say you already had this, and so now I'm not going to accept it.
1 second, I have a tiny person.
Mm-hmm. What don't exist? Now I have to scroll back. What doesn't exist?
Okay. What? Jake does.
Oh, the window tracks things? What are you all talking about? Cleaning window tracks is disgusting. I don't know how they get so dirty.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So Anna Williams, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. Mr. Baldwin is starting off with the questioning. So off record, we discussed all the deposition stuff that I normally talk about.
Oh, thanks.
State your name for the record. I know, I'm glad I don't have to repeat all that shit.
Anna Michelle Williams.
Spell Anna for me.
A-N-N-A.
Seems like a no-brainer, but sometimes people spell it differently. Where do you live? You don't have to give me the address, but you live here in Delphi?
Yes.
And how old are you? Is that okay to ask?
40.
Did you go to Delphi?
Did not.
Where did you go to high school?
Brimley, Michigan.
Where's that?
Near Salt. What's S-T-E? That's not Saint.
Sweet?
Sweet?
I guess.
Sweet Marie?
I don't know.
Neither.
Oh, that's a long way away. And what do you do for work?
Yeah, right. Like, he knows where that's at.
Yeah, I'm like, when you say like it's near there, like you say like it's near like a major city that people kind of know. It's about an hour north of whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
I finished drywall.
Do you?
And I work at a sign shop doing decal work and a photographer.
Lots of things going on there. Are you married?
Single.
Back in 2017, were you married? Did you have a boyfriend?
I had a boyfriend in 2017.
In specifically the February timeframe?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me his name?
Joshua Solers.
I wonder if they talk about it. They broke up about a month after the murders. I ask everybody this, so don't take offense. Criminal history, anything?
Do I?
Yeah, any criminal history?
Currently, yes.
What is that? Oh, it's Sault Ste. Marie. It is Saint.
She said salt something.
I don't know. That was weird. What is that?
I got a DUI in December of this past year.
Here in Carroll County?
Yes.
You're just like the police officers and judges and dentists and doctors and everybody else that gets those things that I've represented over the years. Is that it? Other than that?
That's it.
Where were you working? Do you mind if I stand? I've been sitting all day. I don't want you to think I'm lording over you.
That's fine. Oh, he's like 8 feet tall, so like you're lording no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what you do. Where were you working back in 2017?
Milner's in Rossville, Indiana, as well as the dock in Pittsburgh, Indiana.
Milner's?
Milner's nursing home.
What did you do there?
Dietary aid,
Then the other place was?
bartending, and waiting tables.
Where was that?
The dock.
Okay, I've never been there. That's what I did before I went to law school. I liked bartending. Did you like doing that?
I did.
You make some good money. You pay taxes on all that too, by the way. Did you stop? Okay,
Jesus
Andy.
Christ.
Did you stop doing that, waitressing and bartending?
Not immediately afterwards, but not long after.
What, if anything, did you do to prepare for today?
Nothing.
Did you talk to anybody, read anything, review anything?
Not since last week. Earlier this week. Just prior statements that you have copies of.
I know everybody thinks that we do, and we don't necessarily have everything. So can you tell me, I don't know that I've ever seen anything that it's not that they haven't given it to us, but there's like 3.5 million pieces of.
Wait a minute. Are you people telling me that it's spelled salt and it's pronounced Sue? Is that what you're telling me? Or is the STE pronounced Sue? I don't know what you people are saying. And it's very distracting because I don't understand. She said salt. Oh, SAULT. Is that you're saying that's pronounced Sue?
Salt? Sault Ste. Marie. But it's spelled salt? STE. There's no way that STE is.
It's never been saint. That has never been saint ever.
It's not. It's sweet. Like when you put like, I live in such and such suite number, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
It just is, Sleuthy. It just is. Salt.
Oh, I see. We're going with the Trooper Paul explanation. Okay.
Salt. I'm going to Cecil that real quick.
Okay. So, am I on 18?
I don't even know anymore. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Salt St. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie.
I don't
Right, Travis. I agree.
Okay, the missing person statement, the DNA testing that they did from our house, and some other miscellaneous notes that I don't recall specifically. It's above my pay grade too.
Did it remind you? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Huh?
I don't know.
Not specifically, no.
What's this DNA? I haven't heard about the DNA.
Everybody in our house had DNA samples taken, and then we can't know anything about this.
Yeah, because none of it ever came to fruition. Yeah, whatever happens with all the DNA inside the home is not for us, the public, to know about.
I think that's
And then we continue on to 12th was a Sunday. Do you remember anything about that Sunday?
Yes.
We'll talk about that. Go back to the 11th, which was a Saturday. Do you have any memories of that Saturday?
Some.
You're doing better than most here. What about Friday the 10th? Do you have any memory of what was going on Friday the 10th of February? If you don't, that's fine.
Not off the top of my head specifically.
That would be hard. The 11th is a Saturday. You said you remember something. What do you remember?
I worked doubles every other weekend. So that particular weekend, I would have worked at the nursing home from 5-ish in the morning until 1-ish in the afternoon. And then went into the bartending job from 5 until I could get people to go home.
So that hasn't changed since I did that.
I'm shaking my head.
My Callie. What time might that be?
Oh my God, what is happening? Sometimes midnight, sometimes 1. Sometimes you don't get to know.
We don't need to know. Oh my gosh.
This is fucking ridiculous. I don't understand it.
Wow.
So 3 pages of we don't know what.
Did you have a baseball mitt that night?
I do not.
You're just watching them throw.
And it sounds like they're talking about the grandpa and her like throwing the ball at the hotel or whatever. Like we all already know about this. Why are you redacting it?
And then she went to spend the night with her grandpa.
It's just.
And he took her to buy all of her new softball gear.
But why can't we know about any of that? There's nothing that excludes that from knowing about it. Or what, you know what, whatever. That's not my fight to have. I'm assuming that all eyes is on that.
But there's also something weird because it's like it starts out with the bar question about like when she leaves the bar.
Right.
If
I
we
can't
can't
imagine
know,
what would need 3 whole redactions, 3 whole page redactions. Like,
yeah,
if you notice, I know we've said this before, none of these pages have like a thing redacted. So, for instance, we've put multiple people's phone numbers on blast, including like ones they've had since they were 12, because they didn't redact that. But yet
right.
then they redact full pages. But there's never a page that has like one redaction on it of something that's appropriate.
And then we just don't get to know why. It's just excluded from public access per rules on access to court records.
Right. But nobody tells you what exactly. And then I'm not a part of All Eyes' emails with these crazy people, but like, I guarantee you the email will be, why are these things redacted? Like, it literally just says on a full ass page that it's
Yeah.
redacted for the court rules. What rule makes
What
that
rule?
excluded?
Yeah. What specific rule are you excluding this information on?
Yeah, but then they'll just say, it'll all boil down to, you'll have to ask the judge. You'll have to take it up with the judge.
Ugh.
It's just what I was told. I'm just doing what I'm told. Nobody takes accountability for it.
Who the fuck is sitting there reading through this to say all of this has to be redacted? The judge
Nobody.
isn't doing that.
It's like they
The
see
judge
one
is
thing
not
on a
doing
page.
that.
It's like they see one thing on a page they don't want you to know, and so they just redact the whole page because it's quicker. I've never seen it in my life. Unindicted co-conspirator. I'm of the opinion that, well, I'll just say I would love to hear the parts of the audio recording that are in the transcript of the trial as unintelligible or inaudible. It's almost like a redaction. All right. So we all sort of played what?
I was just gonna say you're just watching them throw.
Yeah. We all just sort of played catch, and it's the only time we all got to play together. And she loved it. She wanted to spend the night with her grandpa.
Where did he live?
He comes down from Michigan and stays at the hotel in Monticello.
She went to Monticello.
Yes.
She was there Saturday night, the 11th, going into the 12th. Do you have a good memory? You're the only person that's really remembered Saturday. Then what happened? You went home?
I met them Sunday afternoon to pick her up, but we met at Walmart because I needed to get a tire fixed on my car, I believe. Something like that.
Was that at the Walmart in Lafayette?
Monticello.
Does anybody remember what Walmart Logan Maxwell worked at? Was it Monticello or Lafayette?
All right, get on that, people. Keep going.
I'm sure I have it written in my notes somewhere. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Monticello. Okay. So was it just you that went out there?
Just me to pick her up, yes. More redactions. Yeah. Multi-page.
Monday?
She was going to stay the night. I called her, or she called me during my break or on my way home from work on Monday, because that would have been at Milner's. So I would have been there at 5 a.m. until 1:30 in the afternoon.
You think you were going to pick her up?
She called in regards to that, on whether or not she could stay through dinner. Or maybe I asked her if I was coming to pick her up, something of that nature. And she asked if she could stay for dinner. These were actually text messages, and I've seen them. I said, well, that depends, because I have to work the bar tonight, but I'm only there through dinner. I'm supposed to be done by 8. So if it's not okay for you to stay that late in the evening getting ready for school on Tuesday, then I need to pick you up before dinner time and before I go to work.
That makes sense. Was that an actual phone call?
Yes.
No, text messages.
Well,
it could have been both, I guess.
I guess.
Kids today, I sound like an old man. They do a lot of texting. They do a lot of non-traditional, like, spat chat. Phone calls.
Oh my God.
Through Snapchat and other, was it just more redactions?
I don't understand. The gal that was also working that day asked if I could come in early. Either she was running late or she wanted to leave early. And I was like, no reason not to. So maybe I went in at 3:30 or 4 as opposed to 5. Oh, he must have confronted her about the records, maybe, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Then what's kind of the next thing that you remember?
Being at work.
Was there anything significant about being at work?
No, just normal Monday dinner shift, whatever the special was, the regular folks that would come in.
At some point in time, I shouldn't say I presume, how did you find out that they were missing? How did that happen?
Becky called.
Karen, they lived with her mom, we lived with Anna's mom and stepdad.
So that's who would watch her when she was at work.
That's who would watch her. Do you know how she had your phone number?
I'm sure she had it because we had exchanged phone numbers. Her name did not come up with the phone number. I can recall that. But I recall seeing she called 2 or 3 times and I kept missing it. And then I'd try to call back and then nobody would answer, etc.
Was there any texting going on, or was it just straight?
No, just phone calls. It's just not.
So she was not in your contacts.
No. And it might have been that I changed phones, that I just didn't have it. I don't recall if there were messages between the two of us or I just didn't have that particular phone number. Maybe it was her work phone that day and that's why. I don't.
The reason I'm asking is when I get numbers that I'm not familiar with, I just won't even pick up. But when I see it 2 or 3 times, I might then pick up. Is that kind of what happened?
Probably, other than the fact that it was a number that I didn't recognize and there wasn't a text message with it. And then the number called back and I assumed it was a bad service area on both parts because they were just on the opposite end of town.
What's on the opposite end of town?
She would have been out on the trails. I would have been at work.
Did you know that she was out on the trails?
No. Okay, so you didn't think that.
So finally, it sounds like Becky did get a hold of you.
Yes.
What happened then?
She said that the girls had been out taking pictures. Derek was going to pick them up. Long story short, they didn't meet where they were supposed to. We've been out looking. We've already called the sheriff's department and they want you to come down and help get this whole thing sorted out.
So did you go straight from work?
Yes.
By the time you got there, what time do you think it was roughly?
I don't recall, but it wasn't dark yet.
That's a good way to do it. It's February, so it should be getting dark fairly early, but we can maybe try to figure that out. One thing, I don't know if I've asked you this because I've talked to a lot of people today, but did police ever take your phone and look at it so they could kind of determine markers of time? This is when this happened.
Yeah, they took my phone at one point.
Okay, we don't get to know anything about them taking her phone. Wowzer. How many is that? 5, 6?
I told you this would be a quick one.
Yeah. 6 pages. Wait, did they did all that shit without calling Anna? Yeah, no, they didn't. Yeah, nobody called Anna. They didn't call Anna until later.
It's like they called the police before they talked to her. You know?
Yes. I'm not sure if the first phone calls to Anna happened before they contacted the police, but by the time they had talked to Anna, they had already contacted the police. Like that, by the time there was actual interaction between Anna and Becky,
Right.
the police were already contacted. But I don't know, like timeline wise, of like was she already trying to contact Anna?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it's odd that.
Mm-hmm. It's odd that everyone was in a panic immediately at 3:30. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Would love to know what's in that 6 pages.
Elvis says that there's different days and there's different times, different dates. There's just, it's different. It happens.
Mm. So it sounds like they might have had a little spat. She might have got annoyed about something they asked because now Andy's apologizing.
Well, fun to talk about, and I'm sorry that we have to ask questions at all, let alone about learning about the place where they were found and the condition of the place where the bodies were found. From the point in time that you learned that they had been found to today, how much, if any, information did you learn about the scene itself?
I didn't go out of my way to go looking for information.
Why would that be? There could be 10 different reasons, and I think I would probably be in your camp on that, by the way. But I'm just wondering what.
I don't need to see it. I have already got the worst case scenarios. They've been in my head since before any of this happened. So I don't need to let my mind go that far, not even now.
Brad Holder, did you ever meet him?
One time.
Tell me about that.
They came to her visitation at the school, he and his boys,
To the visitation?
for the girls.
Okay, now that's all redacted.
Nothing. I couldn't tell at all where they had been, where it had been taken, or even how long it had been. There was nothing.
I'm assuming that's the photo?
Don't know. Maybe the one of her and Levi, maybe? Or not Levi, Logan? I don't
That's what
know.
I'm thinking, the one of Abby and Logan?
It would be great if we didn't have to guess.
Yeah. What is the name of the friend that he reached out to, if you know?
Melanie Schnell?
We've gotten some stuff from a lady that was doing a lot of communicating with Logan about a lot of stuff. Okay.
I don't know how much communicating they were doing. I just know that she had called me saying that he was upset and then something about a picture. I don't believe I made any attempts to reach out to him at any point, nor have I since then.
Okay. So somebody's talking with Logan about his feelings about what happened with Abby. She knows that this person was talking to Logan.
And there's some type of picture that, what does it say? Upset and then something about a picture. So he was talking to this Melanie Schnell, who then called Anna to tell her that she had spoken to Logan Holder and he was upset, and then something about a picture.
Okay. What about Brad Holder? Did you ever make any attempts to reach out to him?
No.
You said you don't follow all this stuff very well.
I don't go out of my way to go down the rabbit holes anymore. The first few years, there was plenty of that, and everybody wants to send you everything from everywhere because they're being helpful. And it gets to a point where you just
Can't know about it anymore. Have you ever heard that Brad Holder then changed his story a third time to him seeing her 2 times and 1 time a guy named Patrick Westfall's house? Have you heard that?
No, not that I recall.
Do you know who Patrick Westfall is?
I do know Patrick Westfall.
How do you know Patrick Westfall?
Patrick Westfall and my sister's husband were in the same 293rd unit out of Frankfort, Indiana, back in the early 2000s.
Interesting. That's Ella. That's Ella. The one who is also there at the crime scene when they find the girls.
It says Josh Thomas. Who's Ello?
Where does it say Josh Thomas? My sister's first husband.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. As you can see, I should just keep reading. That's her current husband. That's
So wait,
Amy's current husband.
go to 12.
Okay. You're gonna have to okay, hold on. You're gonna have to give me that again. It was Patrick and who?
Josh Thomas, my sister's first husband.
Okay. Ella's her second husband then, or her third. I don't know. Second maybe. Did you know Patrick or you knew of him?
I'm sure he was around the 293rd, the same time her husband was, because I'm sure there are pictures. She knew everybody better than I did. I was seeing a gentleman, Ray Golder, at that time, who was also in the same unit. So there would be times that we would all meet at a local bar, but if they didn't have their jackets with their name on them, I couldn't tell you who was who. I couldn't tell any of them apart.
When you hear the name Patrick Westfall, does it not do anything because we don't get to know anything about that?
Okay, and then I guess this is me. Friday evening is all of our local people getting worried about these new folks that we had never seen and minding my own self, but he did come over and said he apologized for bothering me. He was aware of who I was. Him and his friends wanted to buy me a drink if I would allow, and then also they wanted to look at doing a benefit for the girls. He came up and said that. I went and sat at the table, and it wasn't until we actually exchanged phone numbers that I knew who he was before he knew me, to the best of my knowledge.
That's a little confusing to me, but Patrick gave you his phone number?
Yeah, I took down his name and his phone number so that we could maintain contact for them doing a benefit. And by them, I don't know what group that was, whether it was a bike group or whatever. People were doing fundraisers. I said, oh, sure. He said Patrick, and I was writing it down. And then when he said Westfall, I said, you were in the Army. He said, yes. I said, out of the 293rd in Frankfurt. And he startledly, that one sounds right, said yes. And then I told him who my sister was, and he said, oh, yes, the gal that Ray married. And I said, no, the other one. And he said, right. And then we sort of laughed because, again, I would not have been able to pick him out. And he never put two and two together, to my knowledge, when he approached me that evening.
You don't think he knew who you were when he approached you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he approached me, but I don't think he put the recollection of how we knew each other 10 years prior.
I gotcha. But he knew you because of what had happened. That's what he said?
Well, he came up and that's what he said.
Is he the one that said they want to put a benefit together?
Yes.
Do you know if that was ever done?
No.
Did you ever communicate with him since you had?
I believe one other time since then, like right immediately after that, like within a couple of weeks, but then nothing. These things happen. There was something else going on, and then there was another benefit. We spent the whole first year doing nothing. So it must have been within the first year, I guess. We spent the whole first year doing nothing but going to news things and then interviews here and interviews there and festivals, handing out flyers.
So on Patrick's interview with Sleuth Intuition, he says that he went up to her and bought her a drink at a bar.
But he made it sound like it was how I remember it, and I might be wrong. I'd have to go back. But I took it to mean like that it was long before the girls died, because I remember him making a comment about a baby being in a baby carrier. Like in a car seat.
I thought it was that he saw her after the murders and went up and bought her a drink.
See, I don't remember that. I thought he basically said that he knew her, but it was from many, many years prior, and that she had a baby in a car seat, like on the floor, and that it might have been Abby.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to go back.
It says both are correct.
Do what now? Oh, we're both correct?
Yeah, that's what
we both only remember certain parts of what he said.
CT girl, no, I'm with you.
It's confusing because they keep redacting everything,
right.
So it's hard to piece what they're talking about together. But we're only here to read it to you. We didn't promise it would make sense.
I'd really like for it to make sense. And I'm
what did Nerdy used to say?
Nerdy used to say
something like, we promised the pizza would be hot and ready, not that it would be good.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to piece it together with like other information that we do know. Patrick said Anna had Abby in a car seat on the floor at the commissary.
See, I knew.
So maybe that's when. So after he remembered who she was from her being around her sister and her sister's husband.
Infection.
I know that he said he went up to her after the girls were killed and talked to her in a bar and bought her a drink. I remember that. Hey, young black economist. Okay. So I wanted to make sure I'm clear on this. The locals in the bar, there was a weird feeling, at least for a second, because some people not from the town had come in.
It was pretty commonplace for that to happen. There were several incidents where somebody had come in from outside having a fit because they had been pulled over for an expired tag or a headlight, and they were going to file a complaint against this town and just going on and on about it. And the one gentleman I took over, I said, you see this here poster? He's like, yeah, I know all about it. I said, well, that one is mine. So we're really sorry that you're from out of town and you don't use your turn signal, and they're stopping everybody that they don't know personally. So if you don't mind. He was like, yeah, I'm going to go now. And I said, okay, that was not uncommon that people just came around, and Delphi got antsy about it. The people in town got antsy about people we didn't know.
Okay, so a guy comes into the bar complaining that he got pulled over, and she pulls out the picture of the girls and says, that one's mine. and that's why they're pulling people over.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, yeah, I'm going to go.
That
Okay.
basically, because that one's mine and what happened, they're basically pulling over everybody they don't know because I guess they thought whoever killed them would come back. I don't know.
Right. Okay, understandable. Were the people that came in that night that Patrick Westfall came in with, were they with him? Is that the people that were...
There was a group. There was enough to fill the table, and there wasn't anybody that I recognized.
Were they wearing anything like a biker uniform?
It definitely wasn't a biker group.
Did they have a similar look, these people, if you remember?
I don't recall them looking like bikers. No, that's not what he asked.
Yeah. In terms of maybe not bikers, but did they all have a similar look at all? Like, were they all heads shaved, beards, things like that?
I don't recall that. I don't even recall that there were women with that group. There might have been. I mean, there was a group of people.
Other than the time that you talked to Patrick Westfall at the bar, and then you said there was a second occasion, do you remember about that? Was that on a phone call?
We met and we talked a little bit more, and that
We don't need to know about, apparently. That's top secret shit.
non-denominational Catholic. We've been to a lot of churches, a lot of services, and I don't recall getting real specific as to what their church was about or asking their denomination or what they did.
Okay.
So obviously he brought up at some point to her their religion, this Odinism, I'm assuming.
And we don't get to know about that.
Nope.
Have you heard that he's into Norse paganism? Have you heard that?
Well, we're aware of it now because it's all over the news.
Again, I don't know. Forgive me. I just don't know how much you're paying attention to all that, so I didn't know.
Again, that's something that people say, and that's obviously why we're all here as part of that. But I wasn't familiar then or very specifically now of all of the ins and outs of that.
That's why I was asking. When you walked away from that conversation with Patrick Westfall, did you know that it was not a Christian church?
No, I did not know any of that.
All right. Where did that conversation happen?
That was at his house. Then I started putting two and two together about why the kids, why they would have been there, the whole situation.
Holy
and,
shit. What?
And then all redacted. And
what?
then, yeah. Well, then it's redacted, so we're not allowed to know. And then she says Kokomo, I believe. So hard to tell.
What kids and why were they at his house? And now she understands why they would have been there.
Yeah.
She's at his house. Then I started putting two and two together about why the kids, why they would have been there. How does that make it two and two together? How is she putting two and two together about...
Because she knows about this entire conversation and we don't. Who even knows what kids she's talking about?
Then I started putting two and two together about why the kids would have been there. Okay.
Kokomo, I believe.
So fucking irritated. Rushville has been talked about in these things. Have you heard about the town of Rushville?
Yes, and I've read through the documents that were published.
Do you know anybody from Rushville? Any of those people?
I may have gone to a farm down there when I worked at crop production, and I may have done some drywall work down there.
But those names, Elvis Fields, none of those names.
None of those names are familiar, no.
We're maybe getting close to the finish line here. That took a tangent that I did not expect, that you had been in communication with Patrick to some degree. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me kind of get back on track here. I can't remember. Were you at the hearings last month? Were you at those hearings?
No.
When I'm out in the court, I don't pay attention to who's there and who isn't there.
There's not exactly a check-in list either.
4, 5 pages of redaction about her being in court and what happened in court.
Mm-hmm. No, they're obviously talking about her meeting Logan at some point, because then his first question is, have you ever met Logan outside of that?
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Well, she says that she met Logan at the visitation.
Mm-hmm.
Ever talked to him or reached out to him?
No. Oh, no, I did not. Not that I can recall. I didn't have a whole lot to talk with him about, or the whole situation just was, I don't recall having done so. I feel like you did have stuff to talk to him about. Like, he was your daughter's boyfriend at the time she was murdered.
Yeah. And
That you didn't know about. So I would have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine that would be very awkward.
It was, even there at the school. Because again, she was 13 and he was 15. I don't think either. I mean, obviously they didn't date. They didn't go anywhere. She didn't have a phone for them to communicate with. It's just not true. I did find out after the fact that she had a Facebook that she blocked me from. So there may have been communication there. But outside of that, I couldn't see any of that. I couldn't get to that.
All kind of typical 13-year-old stuff.
Unfortunately, yes. Oh, so it's been Miss OJ reading this whole time.
What?
It was OJ reading that whole time. Like, at some point in the redactions, OJ started talking because she says, I think that's all I have. Oh. We had no idea.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, OJ took over. I didn't know that either. So Abby was not allowed to have a Facebook. And so when they created her Facebook, they blocked Anna so that Anna wouldn't be able to find it. Anna didn't know that Abby had a Facebook until after the murders. So Chelsea said, I blocked my parents and older family members on Facebook at that age. DB. Poor Grams. Okay, so now Mr. Baldwin comes back. He's like, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here at all, but if I had future questions, would you mind me calling you and talking to you?
I'd rather you not. You can talk to her or any of them.
Wow. That's why I asked.
I'd appreciate it. I don't want to answer the phone with an unknown number I don't recognize.
Just like me. Your boyfriend back then was Joshua?
Sollars.
How do you spell that?
Sollars.
Did police look into him at all? Was that something just as part of the general?
Yeah, he went through the whole thing. He was there with me for a lot of it, for everything he was allowed to.
Are you still in communication with him?
Minimal, yes.
Sollars?
Yes.
Okay, I have no other questions, but I appreciate you coming in.
No problem.
And then Miss Diener from the prosecution says, I have a couple of questions just to clarify some things.
Sure.
So Miss Diener's now doing the questioning. The association of Patrick Westfall being in the same unit with your sister's then husband.
Correct.
It sounds like that was a decade prior.
At least.
At least. So did you run in that same circle when they were all in that unit together? You made it sound like you and Patrick Westfall would have known each other back then. We lost Luffy.
God damn it. Only from drill weekends. On drill weekends, I would be with Ray. Amy would be with Josh. And the other 90 some of them, or whoever was there that weekend, might be around for the local band at the Avenue. We might all be in the same area.
So Ray was your boyfriend then?
Yes.
And he was also in that unit?
Yes.
So you were familiar with other people in the unit because everyone was together on weekends when they had?
Drill.
Okay, we'll get to know that.
Try it on, and I wasn't going to take it back, and I gave it to her. Huh.
Are we talking about the pinkish colored tank top that had some lace at the bottom?
Yes. And then the tennis shoes were a fairly new purchase from her grandpa.
You were able to identify those as well?
Yes, from the picture, yeah.
No other questions.
That's those black high tops. He still asks about them. He wants to know if we're going to get them back.
Wow. Baldwin says, I don't know the answer to that. I would think that yes. I presume they still exist. Are there any questions you have of me?
No.
I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
So that was kind of stupid.
Well, there's so much in there that they do not want the public to know about, which is mostly about Patrick Westfall. And then it's weird because Pat thought that she was with, that the sister was with Ray, not her.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm just looking up something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh is the boyfriend that she had when Abby was killed. They broke up like about a month later, and she was said to have dated others while they were together. And I'm pretty sure this Ray Golder guy, I have info on him. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Maybe just because she dated him.
Maybe. Travis asked, were the deposition transcripts all exhibits to motions hearings? These are separate and apart from trial transcripts. Is that right? Is there anything definitive about the redactions? Who, what, why? So some of the depositions were exhibits to motions. This one was actually an exhibit at trial because this is what he submitted because he wasn't allowed to ask her questions on the stand at trial about third-party stuff. So he said, well, we have this deposition. And Judge Gold was like, well, did you have it at the hearings? And he was like, no, we took it after the hearings. And so she allowed him to submit this instead of like doing an offer of proof. Like, I don't know.
So, and that's annoying because, like, why did you wait until after the hearings for the third party suspects to do her deposition, where you then got stuff that might have been important to that hearing?
Sony says it was submitted as an offer to prove regarding the motion in limine.
Correct. Yeah, that's what it was. And he said, well, instead of bringing her back up here and putting her on the stand and asking her these questions, I'll just put the deposition in.
At trial, though, no?
Correct. Yes, it was at trial.
But it's still part of the motion in limine, but it was at trial.
Yes.
Okay, so my brain isn't completely malfunctioning.
How I understand the motions in limine is just that it's like temporary. Like they have to bring it back up at trial. So that's what he did.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. That's... What did Duckin say? Well, that is way beyond my abilities stuck in felonies? Has anyone checked the metadata on these documents? Were they smart enough to sanitize it, or did they just redact it? If they didn't sanitize it, we can undo the redactions.
I feel like these are scanned in, and so I feel like the pages that say like redacted per rules of access or whatever are actual physical pages that they put in its place of the actual page. Like, I don't think they used a program to like clear the page and then put that on it.
Yeah, I don't know what you could get from it, but shit, if you want to try it, ain't nobody gonna tell you no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think it's all because it's all part of these, like, few 100-page volumes.
Yeah, these are pulled from volumes that are 250 pages each.
Yeah.
They were scanned in this way.
DB says the redactions would redo the metadata most likely, unless you're going lower level than the. Yeah, you guys should not speak in my language. Okay. Now we're going to hit up Susan Case. So for anybody who needs the refresher, Susan is the HR time card lady from Liberty Landfill who turned over all of Brad Holder's work documents when she was asked about whether he was at work on the 13th or not.
She was basically the lady that kept the time stuff.
Right. And I checked.
Have you read this?
No, I have not read any of these.
Okay. I didn't think so.
Hence why I thought that they were talking about Ello, and I was like, wait, what? Like, that's news. So Susan is page 122 is where Baldwin enters Anna's depot if anyone wants to look it up. Okay, thank you, all eyes. Okay, so Susan Case was deposed on April 4th of 2024. So Susan Case, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. She is originally being questioned by Mr. Baldwin. State your name for the record.
Susan Case.
Please spell that.
SUSANCASE.
May I call you Susan?
Yes, that's her name.
Susan, my name is Andy Baldwin. I'm an attorney. Have you ever been through a deposition before?
Yes.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Years ago.
Okay. You don't have to give me the details, but was it like...
I guess it was a lawsuit over an injury.
I have that document too on this injury. Also involving waste management?
Yes.
Well, this is not complicated, really. I'm just trying to gain information. And kind of the ground rules for everybody here are, number one, the thing that most people violate is the rule, because she's taking this down. And if you do shake your head or say or later on, we're going to read it and we're not going to know whether you said yes or no. So I might say, is that a yes or is that a no? And it's not me being mean. I'm just making sure that we get the record down. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So we're off to a good start. Second, a lot of times I have a great question formed in my brain, and by the time it comes out of my mouth, it's not a great question. I only want you answering the questions that you really understand, okay?
Okay.
And if it's a bad question, just say, that's a bad question. I don't understand it, okay?
I'm nodding my head.
So you didn't understand what we just went through. And that's fine. I'm not going to be offended or anything. If you need to take a break, this shouldn't take very long, but if you need to take a break or whatever, you're not being held here with a gun to your head or anything. Does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. So what, if anything, did you do to prepare for today's deposition?
Come over here. I took a shower.
Took a shower. Did you review anything before you came over?
No.
Did you talk to anybody?
I only talked to my DM when I got the subpoena because I didn't know what it was.
Is that a district manager?
Yes.
What's your district manager's?
Mike Mellon.
How do you spell that?
MELAN.
You answered this about who you might have talked to. Just tell me about, what's the name of the business and what does it do?
It's waste management. We're a landfill in Buffalo. We bury garbage.
I love it. Very succinct. So I don't know how to say that word.
Succinct.
Succinct?
Mhm.
Okay. How long has it been around, if you know?
It's not for sure. I've been there since 2002. It's been there. I think Art Siegel actually started it in the 70s.
A long time ago. Eventually, is there not going to be enough when you bury so much stuff, then you just have to pack up and move out? Do you know anything about that side of it?
I don't. I mean, there's a long time that it's going to be open is all I know.
What do you do for this business?
I run the scale house for the first hour and a half in the morning, and then I'm in the office from 6:30 until 1:30.
Did you say the scale house?
Yes, I weigh the trucks in when they first come in the morning.
Okay, we'll talk about that. What time do you arrive at work?
5 a.m.
How long have you been arriving to work at 5 a.m.?
since 2002.
Wow. Just tell me about your day. When you get there at 5 a.m., what do you do?
I go in, I clock in, walk over to the scale house and start weighing trucks. Now at 6:30, Amy comes in, the girl that takes my place. And then I go over to the office and then I order equipment, stuff they need, and then I check time cards and anything else that go to the post office, get money orders.
What is your official title if you have one?
Operations clerk.
Who is your superior?
Mike Mellon.
Does he work on the premises?
Yes.
Is there a human resources director for the business?
There is, but they're not there. They're in, I believe, Lombard.
Lombard?
Lombard,
Where's that?
Illinois, because waste management is in districts. Like we're in the Indiana. No, I'm sorry. We're in the Michigan. There's a Michigan/Indiana/Ohio group. And then there's an Illinois/Missouri Valley group. And we're in the Illinois/Missouri Valley group.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm.
I guess you're on the west side. So tell me about that. You never know what may end up being important. So tell me about the weighing of the trucks. Why is that done?
Well, you have to weigh in each truck so you know how much they're bringing in. And that's how they pay. Or that's how the company, like if it comes from a transfer, the truck has to weigh in. We have to know how much MSW that they're bringing us to bill it.
What's MSW?
Municipal waste trash. Municipal waste trash.
So do you guys have your own trucks, or is that other companies like Rumpke or something that bring?
Both.
How many employees work at the Buffalo site approximately?
Now,
Yes.
14 or 15, somewhere in there.
What about back in February of 2017? Do you have any idea of how many people worked at the Buffalo location?
Probably 20. It's never been over 25 employees.
So you think there's a bit fewer employees in 2024 than there were in 2017?
Yes, there is, because I know we've laid off.
Do you mind if I come over there? Because I'm going to have you draw something for me.
Okay, good.
Do you mind? You don't have to be an artist here. I just want
Okay, good.
I just want you to kind of give me an overview of where buildings are. How many buildings are there?
Okay.
Like the roadway to get in and all that kind of stuff. Just do the best you can.
Okay, this is 16. You pull in and the office is here. And then there's a little building right over back here. And this is the driveway and the scale house is here.
Is it an actual building?
It's a little trailer. It
And if
always
you don't
is.
mind marking what those are, that would be terrific.
Okay, well, I'm going to put my glasses on so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, and then this is actually the gas tech's room. And then this is the break room.
All right.
And then there's a little trailer over here. But I'm not for sure what... They just store stuff in it.
Just put trailer. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there only one way in and out, or is there more ways you can get in and out?
Now there's two. There has been for the last 2 years because they put another entrance in down here for the trucks to come in. The employees only come in this entrance.
Put, if you don't mind, because later on when you said down here, just like put new entrance as of 2022 or whatever the date was.
I'm going to put truck entrance just to keep the trucks off the highway.
You don't have to be exact, like 21 or 22 or whatever you think it is, as long as it wasn't 2017.
No, it was not.
back,
I definitely know that.
back in 2017, the only way in and out was on this.
On this drive here, yes. They pulled off of 16 and they come in, and there's parking here and over here.
So you're going to have to put where the parking is.
I'm complying.
How do you get to the parking? Is it all concrete or asphalted?
It's all gravel. You just pull in the road.
Good. No, you just draw an arrow to where the parking is. All right. Very good. Now, when people arrive at work at whatever time they do, let's talk about that for just a second. How many shifts are there?
2.
Tell me about the shifts.
Now the shifts are 5 a.m. to 1:30, and the second shift is from 7 to 3
7 p.m.
a.m. They're not actually 2 different shifts. I mean, some of them just come in 2 hours later or an hour and a half later than the other. There's a group of 5 that come in, and then a group of 4 and a group of 4, because there's 8 operators up there.
So those times again were 5 to, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Just tell me what those shifts were again.
Now, they're 5 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Back in February of 2017, what were the shifts?
I know the 5 a.m. one, but we were open until, I believe, 4 then.
So shift number 1 started at 5 a.m.
Yes.
And then it would end at what time?
1:30.
So shift number 1 back in February of 2017 was from 5 a.m. until 1:30 p.m.
Yes.
Was there a second group of people that would in?
Yes.
And what was that shift?
I don't remember for sure.
Would that shift come after the 5 a.m. to 1:30 shift?
Yes, they would have come in around 7.
It's fine not to be exact. If we need to be exact, we can figure it out later. But the second shift, you think would be from roughly 7 a.m. until
4
p.m.? Okay, all right. What type of employees would be coming in for that first shift? What would they do back in February of 2017?
The first group would have come in, which would have included me, and I would have come in to run the scale house. The other guys would have come in to run the machinery up on the working place, which would be your dozer operator, compact operator, tipper operator, and usually an excavator operator.
So when people that would come in for that 5 a.m. shift back in February of 2017, would you all kind of arrive together and see one another, or how would that work?
Yeah, we would all come in because we can clock in 5 minutes before 5. So everybody goes in, and I'm usually the last one there, and they would come in, clock in, get their shoes on, and go up to the hill.
You said you were usually the last one there.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that as long as you got there in time. Would you typically, I know in my office when people arrive, they kind of stand around and yuck it up for a minute, maybe drink a cup of coffee. Was that the type of atmosphere that was going on back in those days of February 2017, or was it more business, like get in, clock in, and go do your job?
Well, they don't drink coffee there. They come in and everybody is in there when I get in there usually. They're talking, and then when they clock in, everybody just goes because you have 40 trucks waiting on you to scale in, so they don't have time to stand around.
Yuck it up?
After they clock in, they got to get up there and start to work.
Okay, I'm going to admit this. We can make a copy of it as Exhibit A, and that is would you sign it like in the bottom right-hand corner, and hopefully when I reread this later on, I'll be able to understand. And then Miss Diener says, has she marked where the clocking in happens? Did you talk about that? Baldwin says, oh, thank you, thank you. Mr. Baldwin asks the witness, show me where the clocking in happens.
I'm complying.
And she has put clock in, and it's in the break room. We're going to get into some detail about that now. So Defendant's Exhibit A was marked for identification. Continuing questions by Mr. Baldwin to the witness. Once people arrived at work, tell me about the clock-in process. I'm old enough to know that there's the old school. You could take a punch card, you put it in, and then you take it out, and then you put it in this little thing, little slot later on. I don't know that kind of thing exists anymore. What is going on?
No. Ours are like about the shape of a credit card, and it's just like a credit card machine. You just swipe it on the side of the clock, and then it shows your punch-in time.
That's the way it was back in 2017.
Yes.
Once people are hired by this business, what's the business name?
Waste management?
Once somebody is hired with the waste management company in Buffalo, then they are given kind of a credit card type of deal.
They're assigned a Kronos card, and that Kronos card has a number on it. So you know that when you put them when they put you into the system, they have to have your Kronos number. And that's how they know that it's your card.
Was the system with the Kronos card the way that people clocked in and out back in February of 2017?
Yes.
I'm just sitting here. Sometimes I'll stop and envision what's going on there. Tell me about what the piece of machinery looks like that you swipe the Kronos card in.
It's like, I don't know how big that is, like that.
Okay, you're showing it's kind of like a rectangle,
Yes.
a little.
And then it has buttons on it, and then it has a digital display screen. So when you clock in, it says accepted.
So you don't actually punch numbers into the machine.
No.
It's a good question. Do they give you a box cutter? You just swipe a card on this machine.
Just like a credit card.
And is this machine attached to the wall or is it sitting on a table?
Attached to the wall.
Are there any cameras inside the break room where the time cards?
No, there isn't.
All right. And then do most people carry this credit card, Kronos card, in their wallet and bring it back and forth? Or is it?
No. We have a rack right next to the clock, and everybody just puts their card in there.
So it's kind of old school in that in the old days, the punch card, you would put it in a rack.
Yes.
Nowadays, it's more like a credit card that you keep in this location.
Yes.
Can anybody have access to anybody else's cards that are on the wall?
All the cards are there.
Is there some type of lock or something?
No.
Has it ever happened that anybody has picked up the wrong card and swiped it in?
Not that I know of. Your name is on the card also.
That should help. Do the cards look similar other than the name and maybe the number that's on it?
Yeah. Some of them are red, some of them are white.
Is it a requirement to keep the card on site?
No.
Do some people take it off site?
I don't know.
Is anybody checking to see whether anybody takes a card off site?
Not that I know of.
Work schedules. I want to talk about work schedules. When I used to work at the Claremont Dairy Queen back in 1983, I would go there and there would be a work schedule. Andy Baldwin working Monday 3 to 11 p.m. or whatever. Joe Eddy, whatever time. Is there such a schedule posted at Waste Management?
No.
How do people know when they're supposed to work?
They work the same shift every day.
Is that Monday through Friday?
Yes.
So there's no need for a schedule.
No. When you hire in, you're told, okay, you'll be on the first crew or you'll be on the second crew.
Very good. Now, in terms of who would be working with the first crew and who would be working with the second crew, would you be able to historically go back and say, oh, in 2015, the first crew from January 1st, 2015 to March 2015 were these people, and the second crew was during the same time frame was these groups of people?
I don't understand that. It makes sense to me.
Makes sense to me too. That's one of the questions that I told you sounded great in my brain. So like in my office, I would never know who was there on any given day because they're all kind of like your situation. You're just supposed to be there from 8 to 4:30 or 8 to 5. We don't clock in and out, which is a little bit different. But if somebody asked me, hey, could you go back to December 1st of 2023 and tell me who was in your office that day? I would not be able to do that. If I were to ask you, or if you know, whether we could go back in time to February of 2017 and say who was working first shift, if you want to call it that, and who was working second shift, would we be able to reconstruct that?
I would not be able to do that, but HR would be able to do that because they would have records of the Kronos.
I know how Kronos is spelled, but for those that don't,
Kronos.
is that an acronym for something?
That I don't know.
Okay, so that is not something that you would know. All right, that's why we do these depositions, because we're trying to figure out, if you don't know the answer, who can we go to? Do you know the name of the person that we could figure that out from?
No. If I was going to ask, I would ask Mike Mellon, and he would be able to tell me who you could go to.
Okay, thank you. I might call Mike Mellon and ask him that question later, but thank you for letting me know we might get that information, who we might get that information from. Is there overtime available for waste management?
Yes.
How does that work? Do you ask for it? Does the boss say, hey, we're kind of behind you right now?
Or the operations manager, he'll say, hey guys, we need to get this, this, and this done, and it has to be done today. Can you guys stay over? Or if they have special projects going on, then they know, hey, you guys are going to come in at 5, but you're not going to leave until 2:30, or they can volunteer to stay.
If the first shift is from 5 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. back in 2017, how often would it be that people would stay longer than 1:30 p.m.?
I don't remember that.
Do you have a feel of whether it would be really uncommon or whether it would be really common or somewhere in between? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I don't.
If you were expected to leave at 1:30 p.m., would you have to ask for permission to stay beyond 1:30?
No.
Tell me why that would be. Let me explain myself. I know that there are some businesses that are very strict on time. When you're off at 1:30, get out of here at 1:30 because I don't want to pay any more than that. And if there's something to be done, you need to come to me as the boss and I will say, yeah, we'll pay you to stay on a little bit longer. At Waste Management, where there's supervisors or whatever that would be taking a careful look at people that were staying beyond the hours that the shift mandated.
Well, the supervisor would know they were staying over.
I mean, would you do it and not tell anybody?
Oh, no. So
That's what
this
I'm getting. But
this makes perfect sense, because why did Brad Holder clock out at a time closer to when this bridge guy video was being taken, and this is his alibi, when really the shift ended at 1:30? So
he should have already been gone.
correct.
And then he checks in on Facebook to Anytime Fitness.
So basically, what Andy's getting at is there any record of why he would have stayed for an extra 30 minutes or whatever, rather than clocking out at his shift time for this day? Because one could argue that somebody clocked him out at 2 something. I almost wonder if he no, because then somebody would have came forward. Like if he would have texted them and said, hey, I forgot to clock out, can you clock me out? Like I feel like that person might have come forward, but maybe they wouldn't have if nobody came to them and said, we're looking at him, because they didn't. Like, we're looking at him, and did he clock in, or did he ask you to clock out for him? I don't know.
I mean, there has to be a system in place, like when people do forget to clock in or out, that they just fill out something and bring it in and say, okay, I forgot to clock out yesterday or whatever.
Well, yeah, like so for my last job, like you could message the manager, or like other people didn't have access to our timesheets, but that was different. It wasn't in a break room. And so you could ask the manager to do it if you forgot, but like there would then be a record that the manager put in the time that you clocked out because you forgot to clock out, and then it would have their name attached to it. So I guess the question is, and what he's getting at is, uh, she's saying that people wouldn't stay over their time without this manager knowing about it. So where's the manager saying that, like, where's the manager to confirm that he was allowed to stay over his shift time that day? It does seem odd that she's the one that's being deposed, but whatever. Seems
She's
like
the
there's
one
other
being
people.
deposed because she's the one that was contacted by ISP or whoever on the unified command that had her send all these records over.
Right, but
So
she got them from somebody else. Like she got them, and she went to her manager, and the manager was like, "Oh, we'll get that from HR." And so she handed it over, but she's not like, she doesn't know about all of this. She's not the originating, like they needed someone from HR. She's not from HR.
Okay, so here it has him checking in at 4:08 at the Anytime Fitness. That one doesn't have the time. They don't have the one with the time on it. Why
Yeah,
did they get the damn time? Okay. And then they don't let us see the other stuff. What time is he supposed to have clocked out? My memory is not working.
I think it'll say.
Will it? Okay. I'll just keep reading because that normally does answer my questions.
I don't know if we were on line 1.
I think we're just at the beginning. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you for saying that. It helps. If you were going to stay, if the first shift back in February of 2017 was 5 to 1:30 p.m. and you were going to stay over past 1:30 p.m., which is the typical end of the shift, who would know that?
Your supervisor would, because he would be the one that was telling you were going to stay.
Back in 2017, how would you prevent someone from clocking in for a coworker or clocking out for a coworker? Were there any measures in place that would prevent that from happening?
I agree with this, Kaya. Other than everybody is in there at the same time, usually clocking in, and they would, I guess I don't understand the full extent of that question.
Yeah, that was not terrifically worded. Let me try again. I'll give you a hypothetical, and then maybe you can help me understand. My own paralegal told me a story of how an old employee that she worked with had a friend, and this old employee, and they all three worked together, and the friend was asked by the other coworker, hey, I'm going to be not coming in until 10 a.m., but I want to get paid. Will you clock me in at 9, and I'll get there at 10?
No, that wouldn't happen.
Hold on really quick. So all eyes, your screenshot shows Holder checking in on Facebook at 1:41 p.m. But that screenshot, who is that screenshot taken by? Because
Yeah.
it's whoever, it'll be the time zone of whoever took the screenshot. So is that person also in the same time zone as Brad Holder?
Right.
That's the big question. Because I thought the Facebook post was at 2:41 p.m. of him checking in.
All right, keep going.
Okay. Well, actually, hold on.
I feel like I have I thought I had a spreadsheet of Brad Holder. I do. Shit, that's not it. But I do have it.
From who took it. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just fucking pull up Brad Holder.
So I have it as that he checks in at 4:41 p.m.
But the post doesn't have the time.
Yeah, not in those, but I'm saying in my old Brad Holder.
And this is the one from the middle of the night. He works out twice this day.
Yeah.
Because he works out after work, and according to him, he works out after work, and then he works out in the middle of the night. Here's your 2:08 a.m.
So he checks in with his time thingy, with his scanner thingy at 4:08 p.m.
Correct.
And then according to my old spreadsheet, he checks in on Facebook as being there at 4:41 p.m. So like 30 some odd minutes after he physically checks into that place. I agree, Carrie.
Well,
I 100% think that the check-ins, like in the scanning of the whatever, if they got a key fob or something to scan at the gym, those and the ones on Facebook was all creating an alibi. That's why it happened right after work, and that's why it happened at 2:00 in the morning when the girls were still missing. And if you remember, they went at like 9 something at night to go looking for Logan, went to the house and stuff, and nobody was there. So really, in my opinion, there is no accounting for Brad Holder or Logan from the time that the girls were abducted, really, all the way through the following day when they're found. But it does, to me, scream alibi creation. It always has. I screen recorded his entire Facebook before he nuked it.
What time did you say that he checked in after work? Not the one from the records, but what time was the Facebook check-in after work on the 13th?
4:41 p.m.
And that's from your screen recording?
Uh-huh.
And are you 2 hours different than Delphi? Are they central? You're 1 hour different.
I'm in the same time zone as Delphi.
Are they Eastern? They're not.
Yes.
I'm trying to find mine. Because if mine is...
But did you take yours?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to see if mine is 141. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, that would be correct.
But then it would show that the 141...
Ugh! How dare you? How dare
you? All right, I'll have to look for it. If mine is 141, because I know I took mine, then I know it's from West Coast.
Right. It is worse than the toe.
Sorry, everybody. Okay, so we'll have to figure that out. And yours is a screen recording of his Facebook at 4:41. You have him checked in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, hold on. You guys want that again? You said you want to see it again? Oh,
no.
There you go. I think he's holding Weber's missing toe.
What's better? He looks like Weber's toe.
He does. Very wrong. Very, very wrong. There's a 3-hour difference when they're Eastern. Because Indiana is one of those weird ones that doesn't do all the time changes.
You guys, you have to understand. This man.
I need an edit.
Shut up. This man posted this photo in a Facebook group. This is not a private photograph that he sent to someone and was like, hey, baby, want to help me in the shower? This man posted this in a Facebook group. So everybody could see it. God and Odin and all.
Yeah, Odin and all. Everybody could see it. Why is his right leg
Tracy said this is harassment. Why is his right leg so skinny? Bro, I thought the same thing. all that gym time, and you still say fat, but your legs still look like bird legs. You go to the gym 2 times a day and you still fat.
Oh shit.
He never looked no different.
He's not fat.
He is totally burly gay, 100%.
He's thick, but I don't think he's fat.
Bro, he's working with the angles. Look at that leg. Look at that leg.
He's got the leg like up. He's got it like he's posing it.
Did he edit this?
I don't know. I did not edit it.
Did he reshape before he posted it to Facebook?
If it was done, he did it himself. I had nothing to do with it. Oh. Bad
I'm
bear.
so offended.
Bad bear.
Do you have the post? Bro, I wish I had it like right in front of me because I would tell
The Heathens post?
the post that this was included.
Yeah.
Read what it says.
Hey, I'm Brad. I'm Norse pagan. I'm tribal. I'm straight. I enjoy working out all the time and hanging out with my kindred. Yeah.
It's kindred. Read it again. Read it again.
Hey, I'm Brad. I'm Norse pagan. I'm tribal. I'm straight. I enjoy working out all the time and hanging out with my kindred.
Hanging out with my kindred, bro. Stop, Bad Brad.
Is this not where he met Amber?
I don't know. Oh,
I think,
and for
I think
anybody
this is
new,
where he met Amber Holder.
if anybody's new, so I just said Bad Brad, so and it just popped in my head and I forgot. And if you're new, you probably don't know about this, but so the girls were killed on February 13th, according to the state. If you ask a lot of other people, it could have been at any point in time for when they went missing on 2/13 to the time that they were found on 2/14. And his Snapchat account that he shared with everybody, because I think you know where he was headed with that. His Snapchat name was Bad Brad 213.
Yeah. Bad Brad. I think I have that in here too.
Yeah, and it was like a picture of him. It was a picture of him like with his tongue out. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah, I think I have that in here too. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go through all those so I can find that one. I can find that
trying
one.
to find a girlfriend for his kindred. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Okay.
Okay.
Where are we even at?
I don't even know. Okay. Would you? Okay. So, okay, that makes sense. It's such a small business.
Yes.
Well, is that where we were?
No. No, I think we're at the top.
No. Where the heck?
Oh, I said no, that wouldn't happen. And then you go.
Okay. How do you know that could not happen?
Because if somebody wasn't there at the 5 a.m. shift, it's a big deal because they have to go up and get everything ready for those 40 trucks that are sitting in line. So when you're one person short, that makes a big difference. And when they don't show up, everybody knows they don't show up.
Okay.
Because usually, and the supervisor knows that they don't show up because they call him.
Okay, that makes sense. It's such a small business.
That's not what he asked you, though. He asked about clocking out. Yes.
Let's go to the opposite side of that. What about if somebody said, hey, I need some overtime this week. Will you punch me out at 3 p.m., even though I'm supposed to get off at 1:30? How would that be known if that were to happen?
Because it's such a small group, somebody would tell. Susan.
So I could see it on the front end clocking in because if somebody ain't there, it's screwing everything up. But on the back end, it would be a little bit easier, I would think, to get away with that. Am I off on that? Because nobody by that time the work is done and it's not really. If a person leaves early, people may not know that.
They wouldn't
be leaving early. It would be like selling somebody on second shift, like, hey, clock me out when you clock out. Or whatever.
There's people there to cover that, like, dip it. So all you're talking about, even if it did extend all the way to 4 o'clock in 2017, you're talking about 1:30 to 4 o'clock. And there's people there that are already working that shift. So you're obviously not needed. That's why you're clocking out at 1:30.
Right. Okay, so you say they would know. How would they know that?
Because in this business, you have this great big working place area you're working on, and it takes everybody up there that are covering it with tarps or pushing it out of a hole and running over the garbage. Everybody has a job, and you're going to know when somebody's not there doing their job. Susan, that's not the point. He's talking about when someone's not expected to be there to be doing their job, and they're still showing up in the time clock as being there when they're not supposed to be or not needed.
Right. Mother of Dragons, they were redacted. So they are attached, but redacted. I'm tired of Susan's bullshit too, Mav.
Me too, Mav.
I understand that on the front end, like when people come in, but when they leave and the job is basically done for the day, what measures are in place, if any, to stop somebody from clocking out having someone clock out for them after they've already left?
I don't know.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I just cannot see. It doesn't. It's so small. I mean, Waste Management is a huge company, but there's not that many people. Everybody knows. And if somebody left early and he wasn't supposed to, the supervisor would be called. Again, you're missing the point, Susan.
Yeah, nobody's fucking leaving early. They're leaving on time.
It's odd
What
that
about-
she's so adamant that it couldn't have possibly happened, and it's just not so.
Hi, Lana. Truth and transparency. The families are redacted. What do you mean
Everything's redacted.
Well, what do you mean the families are redacted? Well, like Anna's has half of hers is essentially redacted, but it's mostly to do with anything with Patrick Westfall.
She might have went back.
Yeah, everything is redacted.
So yeah, the
what
supervisor would be called.
Right. What about if somebody left when they were supposed to, but somebody else clocked that person out an hour or so later? Would that be known?
No.
So somebody could theoretically be done at 1:30 p.m. and ask a coworker, "Hey, clock me out at 2:30 p.m. or 2:45. I need extra money," and nobody would know that except for those two people.
Well, the supervisor would know because he's the one that tells them they have to work over. You don't just decide, oh, I'm going to work over because I need an extra hour's pay.
Does the supervisor look at the time cards to see if when somebody clocked out?
He approves the time cards at the end of the week.
Who was the supervisor back in those days?
Same one it's always been, Doug Kammerer.
Doug Kammerer?
Yeah, DougKammerer.
Well, that is a name. Kammerer. Kammerer.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's talk about Brad Holder. Do you remember Brad Holder?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when Brad Holder worked for Waste Management?
Not for sure.
I'm fairly certain he worked there at least in February of 2017.
Oh, yes. I think he hired in like 2005 or 6. I'm not for sure.
Okay, so you actually knew Brad for quite a number of years.
I think Brad worked there for 7 or 8 years. I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure on that.
And that's fine. I'm not going to hold you to an exact number. I just want to get a feel for it. So you think he worked there for at least 5 years?
Yes.
But maybe not as long as 10 years.
I don't remember.
Is that something that, what's his name again? Mike?
Mike would have to look it up. Doug would probably remember.
Who's Doug?
Doug Kammerer.
What was it that Brad Holder did for Waste Management? What was his job?
He was an operator. He ran the tippers. He ran a dirt truck. He ran the compactor. I mean, they just run all the equipment on the place.
How do you know which piece of equipment you're going to be running on any particular day?
Usually you're in the same equipment every day.
And Brad, to your knowledge, was capable of operating any of the equipment?
Everybody is.
Everybody that signs on can operate any piece of equipment.
Yes, they're all trained in all of them.
So then the way that it would work is somebody like Brad Holder would stay on the same equipment for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yes.
At some point in time, would they shift to a different piece of equipment?
Yes.
What would be the reason to do that?
Just a cross train. If I remember right, Brad ran the tipper a lot.
Can you tell me what a tipper is?
Yeah, it's a big machine and you back up onto it. The semi unhooks, it lifts the semi trailer up, dumps the garbage. So you have to be in that machine and push the button to raise it up and then push the button to lower the trailer.
Is that something that you get on and you ride around on?
No, it's stationary.
What were the other machines you talked about?
The dozer, a bulldozer, a compactor.
And everybody that works there could do all of those things.
Then, yes.
How often did you interact with Brad Holder while he was there?
Seen him in the mornings. He'd come tell me when he needed a vacation day. Sometimes I'd go out there when they had lunch, sit out there and have lunch with them.
Did you ever socialize with him outside of
No.
the place of employment? How did you get along with him?
Okay.
Cameras. We'll get back to Brad in a second. Are there cameras located on the premises?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to your drawing from Exhibit A, and I want you to show me where the cameras are located. In fact, let me get a different color. We're looking back at Exhibit A. If you could just put a little box or something where the cameras were.
These are inside the scale house. There's one here that shows.
If you could do like one of these two lines that show kind of like the direction that the camera's facing.
I'm complying. Shows trucks leaving, shows the entrance of the landfill.
When you say they're inside, what?
Inside the building, there's two little ones. These two little ones are inside the trailer of the scale house.
Okay.
They show the windows.
So for the record, can you put a box around there? Because I didn't realize that was a building.
I'm complying.
So you just drew a box around what says Trailer S House, which is the scale house. Is that right?
Yes.
And then with this black pen, you have put little boxes and shown the direction that the camera is facing. And there's one on the left side of the building as you're looking at it, one on the top of the building. Are there other cameras on that building, if you remember?
There's 5 cameras, but I don't remember. It's inside. That's where it is. It shows the inside.
The inside of the scale house?
Yes.
Is that where you go and weigh the trucks is the scale house?
Yes, right here. And this would be north.
So if that's north, this is west.
Uh-huh. I have to pay.
Okay, okay, go ahead. All right, put your music on and I'll do it at the same time. We'll do an intermission. Give us 1 second, you guys.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. I hope you all enjoyed that. I made the tune myself. I don't have, she has to upload the picture of Brad. That's why it's not up there. It would have been included in the compilation.
You guys want that? Hold on. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. There you go.
Oh my God. Nikki said, please, we don't need it. Please, no.
Yep, it's in there. Too late.
Let me check.
Please don't do that.
She's lying.
There it is.
It's much larger that way. That's much larger.
That's what he said.
Not to him. They didn't say it to him.
It's much larger that way.
Poor Brad. No wonder he can't keep a girlfriend.
For a wife.
She should have knew better when she saw that picture. If he could cover it like that.
He had no
That's what I'm
issues covering
saying
that
to
up.
boobies. That's what I'm saying.
The one-handed cover. Duckin says the metadata shows the file was scanned from a Ryko copier and processed by Adobe Paper Capture plugin. Sleuth is right. They're just blank placeholder pages. Urgh.
Figured.
Yeah, he should have just tucked it.
Oh my God, I cannot.
It needs to go into the Delphi book. I'll make sure to put it into the documentary.
Oh, you must.
Okay, let me see.
If he's putting that on a public Facebook page, like, what do you think he's sending to people? Like, what do you reckon he was doing on Snapchat? He couldn't tuck it, Amanda. It wasn't long enough.
Yeah, there is no tuck.
Oh, God.
That goes on the page with the onion and the Krebin.
Right.
Imagine
Onion would be all over that.
I'm like, imagine if the Krebin took that photo. Took a photo like that.
I don't prefer Harry, but I bet Onion does prefer Harry.
Oh, I don't think Onion has a choice.
I mean, just from the looks of his head.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think that she has a choice, and she just has to take what she can get.
True.
If it's Harry or it's not Harry, she doesn't get a choice.
Krebin is Exhibit A to support that. Bro, look at them. My God. And that's an actual photo of them. That is what they look like, people.
Hi, Labyrinth. I don't even know where we are. Okay. 4? No.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Okay.
I think.
Okay, I wanted to ask, when it says show entrance, landfill, the arrow is kind of slightly dipping down that way. Does it actually show the vehicles coming down off of 16 onto?
Yes, it does. I don't know how you want my arrow.
Oh, I'm not criticizing your arrow. God forbid, Andy. I just wanted to know, if somebody comes in off the highway and down this, what would you call this?
The drive.
Would you be able to see the cars entering and exiting and that drive?
Maybe PB and Shelly, but hell is hot. Yes, we can watch. We can see the trucks coming in off of the highway. I wish they would have showed Susan that photograph. Is this the man that worked at Liberty Landfill?
For identification purposes only. Yes, we can watch. We can see the. Oh, that's you, not me. Hold on, I don't even know what the fuck I'm reading. You've got me so thrown off now. I don't even.
I already read that. We can watch.
Yeah, we can watch. Would you also be able to see employees as they're entering and exiting?
Like this one?
Yeah.
Yes and no.
And the exit. Tell me, explain that.
Yes, if they go out this way, but if they park here, they can go around back here and then come out and go. You wouldn't see them.
Can you draw like a series of dotted lines to show how a person could avoid being on the camera? Here's the thing is, Andy is not going to remember what any of these symbols mean later on. He's going to be like, I don't know why the fuck she put a bunch of dots right there. I don't remember. He's just not going to know.
He already forgot before the deposition was over.
He forgot what the guy's name was. After she just spelled it for him, and then he respelled it to her. He's like, and who's that again? I don't even think Andy wants to be in these depositions.
She like told him who Doug was and stuff, and he was like, "Who's Doug?"
Yeah, who's Doug? And she's like, the guy that you just spelled his name, the supervisor. So can you draw like a series of dotted lines to show how a person could avoid being on the camera?
This would be if you weren't looking, you can pull the camera back and see them. I don't know kind of that.
Explain what you just said. I want to make sure I understand that.
Okay, I'm just saying that this is more visible if they pull in or leave, come down through here. But you can go around the office because actually I park back here. I don't park in the front, so I can go out and you wouldn't see me. No, I'm sorry. You would see me. You would see me when I get out here to the road.
Anybody entering or exiting off 16.
You're going to see.
You're going to see with the cameras that are on site.
Yes.
And that was the case back in 2017.
Yes.
Thank you. Back in 2017, what shift was Brad Holder working? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Fair. Are you aware of if Brad Holder was ever disciplined at work?
Yes.
Why was he disciplined at work?
Tardy and calling off.
I'm not familiar with that area. On 16, there are other businesses in the area, or is it real rural and there's nothing else out there?
There's nothing there. We're next to the Boy Scout camp. There's a big Boy Scout camp, but no, we're in a very rural area.
The reason I'm asking is I'm wondering if there are any buildings or businesses, indoor or outdoor, where there might be other cameras in the area.
No.
Did you know where Brad Holder lived? Like, would you know what direction he would be coming from on a typical day?
He lived in Logansport.
Coming from Logansport, I mean, you can't predict what direction he took for sure, but would you know what would be the smartest route for somebody from Logansport to take? They would be coming in from which direction? I'm just talking generally.
They come in from the east because Logansport is east of Buffalo.
Would you probably be coming?
You come on 16 and turn in coming from the east because that's...
What kind of businesses are on that road? I'd probably just have to go travel it myself.
What businesses?
Are there any businesses between Logansport and Buffalo that somebody would pass by on their way to work if they worked in Buffalo and lived in Logansport? You may not know, and that's fine.
I don't know. I feel like every time he says you may not know or if you remember, and that like is a pathway for someone to just say I don't know or I don't remember.
Yeah, how is he tardy if he always clocked in on time? Because you know that you're not there. I'm just not familiar with the area.
It's very rural.
Do you live in Buffalo?
No.
Does anybody live in Buffalo?
Yes.
Oh, some people do.
Yes.
How far do you live from work?
13 miles.
Do you know why Brad Holder no longer works at Waste Management?
He pointed out he missed too many days. I know
Do
a
you
couple
know?
of those.
Yeah, do you know approximately when he pointed out what year?
No.
What kind of problems does it create when somebody doesn't show up, no call, no show?
A lot.
How do you deal with it?
Because like I said, it's not very big, and if you don't show up, you just call off, then somebody else has got to do your job. And everybody has certain, I mean, it's not like a factory to where this guy can just step over and do it. No, because then it's a trickle down effect. Everybody's got to.
How do you get it done if somebody doesn't show up?
They do. You just.
Figure it out?
Yeah.
Pointed out is like you accumulate points for being tardy. Like you get or companies I worked for, you got like a half a point for every tardy.
Yeah.
And then you got a full point for every unapproved absence. And so you were allotted, let's say the company allots you 10 points in an 18-month time frame.
Yep.
And if you hit that points, you're pointed out. And so you're automatically terminated because you've hit the maximum amount of points you're allowed in a certain time frame.
The last place I worked at, they called them occurrences, and it worked exactly the same way. Like if you were even like 2 minutes late, you'd get, say, a half of an occurrence, and they give you, say, 5 occurrences for the whole year. Yeah, trial junkie. I would bet that he did, because he called out like several times right after the murders, said he was just playing hooky.
Yeah, he puts that on his Facebook. It says he's playing hooky.
He literally did exactly what, like, the FBI stood up on a stage and said, if you know anybody who has done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and Brad did like all those things.
Yes.
Yeah, like murderers do. Okay. You just figure it. You should figure it out. He says we're getting to the end. I don't believe him.
We're getting somewhere near the end here. Do you remember police coming out to talk to you about Brad Holder in February of 2017?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about that.
I remember there was 2 that came in.
Okay.
And they just asked if Brad was there. And I don't remember what day they asked if he was there. And my boss at the time, the district manager at the time, was Gene Klisiak. And he come in, or he was out there, and they asked if Brad was there. And I don't remember what day they asked. And we told them yes, he was there according to the chronos.
Gene Klisiak, can you spell that? Do you have any simple names in the future? Or do we have to have all these complicated names?
Klisiak.
Is that Jean?
Gene. It's actually Eugene.
Oh, it's a man. I'm glad I asked. Remind me what you just said about Eugene Klisiak.
He come out of the office where the officers come in, and he come out to the front and was talking, and they were asking if Brad was there on, and I don't remember what day.
Whatever the date was.
Gene told them yes, and I told them yes because he had clocked in. I said, we know that he clocked in and out.
Is it more accurate to say that you know that somebody used the Chronos card to clock in and clock out?
The clock, his time card was swiped in and swiped out.
To your knowledge, did the police hear from anybody that they talked to that they saw Brad Holder? It's on February 13th, 2017. That on February 13th, 2017, I saw Brad Holder with my own eyes between the hours of 5 a.m. and...
I don't know that.
Okay. As you sit here today, can you say whether you actually saw Brad Holder on February 13th of 2017?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Tell me what else you remember about the interaction with law enforcement.
That was it.
Did you know why they were asking those questions?
They just come in and asked about... No, I didn't.
Were the law enforcement there for an hour?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember them being there very long at all.
Could it be that they were there less than 15 minutes?
It could have been.
What's the longest that you think that law enforcement was there asking about Brad Holder?
I really don't remember.
That's fine. Would video show law enforcement entering the property and leaving the property on February 17th, I believe, of 2017? Would it have shown that if we had that today?
Yes.
How long do you keep the video?
It's through the internet, and I don't know how long they keep it.
Do you think that we would be able to get video from February of 2017 if we asked for it?
I don't know.
Who would be the right person to ask? Mike?
Yes.
How do you spell his last name again?
Melan.
Melan. Okay, all right. Did you wonder why law enforcement was there asking about Brad Holder?
Well, yeah.
What did you do, if anything, to find out why law enforcement was there in February of 2017?
I don't remember if I did anything. I really don't.
Did you ever learn if Brad Holder was a suspect in any criminal matters?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
I read it in the paper.
When did you read it in the paper? In the last 2 years?
Oh, no. Whenever, I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't know.
What was the crime that you had read in the paper?
I just heard that they were looking at Brad Holder in connection with the Delphi murder case.
And again, do you have a feel for how long ago you would have heard that?
No.
Hi, Ange. Back in 2017, had you heard that?
No, not until they came in.
Who's they?
Until the police come in and asked for Brad Holder.
Thank you for saying that, because that makes me ask this question. After the police came in February of 2017 and asked for Brad Holder or information about Brad Holder,
Yes.
how soon after that did you hear that he was a suspect in the Delphi murders, that Brad Holder was a suspect in the Delphi murders?
I don't know.
Who it have been sometime in 2017 that you had heard it?
Yes, probably, yes.
Did the police that were there in February of 2017 ask to view any video?
Not that I recall, no.
If police had asked to view video when they came to Waste Management on February 17th of 2017, would you have allowed them to look at the video?
I could not.
Who would make that decision?
That would have been Gene Klisiak at the time.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Gene Klisiak was asked for?
I don't know.
Would that be something that you would know about just basically within the work structure? Gene might say, man, those guys wanted to see the video, whether people were coming in and out. Would that be something you would know?
No.
Would that be something Gene would tell Mike about?
No, because we went through 2 DMs between them, district managers.
Oh, Mike Mellon was not there back in 2017.
No.
I'm glad you said that. Who was the district manager back in 2017? Duh. Okay, light bulb. I understand now. So Gene Klisiak was the DM back in those days.
Yes.
Where is Gene Klisiak nowadays, if you know?
He retired.
When was the last time you saw Gene Klisiak?
So he might be dead. When he retired in
How long ago was that?
21?
Do you know if he's still in the area?
No, I don't.
If the police were to ask to watch the video, they would have had to ask Gene Klisiak back in 2017.
If they asked, but they never asked me.
Were you ever not in the presence of the police while they were on the property?
I know they come in the office. When they went out, I don't know.
Did you ever remember seeing Gene Klisiak walk out of the office with the 2 law enforcement officers?
No, I don't remember that.
What the fuck are these people even talking about? He's trying to get her to admit that she knew at that time in 2017 that he was a suspect because, they try to argue that Brad Holder was not a suspect. And so how would she know if he was or wasn't? And then he's trying to get her to admit that they never asked for the videos to prove that Brad Holder was actually the one coming and going that day. It takes forever to fucking get there.
The defense is deposing Susan Case, Angela.
Whomst is deposing whomst.
Hoopst.
Whomst is deposing whomst.
I wish he would have said, when he says, who would have been in charge of that? Whomst would have been in charge of that.
Whomst.
I wish we'd stop saying Gene's last name. He's the only Gene. Can't we just call him Gene? Why do we have to keep saying his last name?
We have to make sure that we know that he is Gene Klisiak.
That's probably not even how you say it.
Probably not. Who was Whomst? Was Gene Klisiak in the office when the 2 law enforcement officers came in?
Yes, because he come out there. He come out to the reception area.
Were you surprised to see the police there, or had they called ahead, if you remember?
I don't remember them calling ahead.
I'm leaving out questions here. Do you know whether law enforcement officers, when they came to Waste Management in February of 2017, also requested Brad Holder's time card for February 14th of 2017?
I don't know.
Would it be that hard if I came there back in 2017 and I said, hey, I want the day and time that Brad Holder clocked in and out for the entire week of February the 13th? Would that be something that would be done, that could be done?
That week?
Yes.
Yes.
In other words, if I came to Waste Management on February 17th and I said, that's a Friday, I believe. If I came to Waste Management on February 17th and I said, hey, I would like to have Brad Holder's entire Chronos clock in and clock out for the entire week, this very week, would that have been able to be accomplished?
Yes.
Without any trouble? Is that something you could do on site, or would you have to go?
No, that would be something you can do on site because you can print.
So to your knowledge, did law enforcement ask who else was working on February 13th when Brad Holder, his time card showed that he was there from 4:55 to 2:45 p.m.? That's a terrible question.
It is.
Thank you for saying that. I deserve that. Here's what I'm trying to get at. In order to determine whether the real hours that Brad Holder was there, whether it really was the hours that he clocked in or clocked out at work, perhaps that he left a little early or somebody clocked out for him, it might behoove law enforcement to go talk to the people that were there that day, especially since it was only 3 or 4 days earlier. Did law enforcement officers ask, to your knowledge, you or Gene Klisiak, hey, can I see who was working on February 13th?
I don't know.
Don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Would that have been something that you guys could do if you were asked? Would you be able to provide that information to law enforcement? That information being the people that were there working at Waste Management on February 13th and the times that they were working there.
That would be up to the DM, which would have been Gene at the time.
But as a practical matter, would that be something that Gene could have accomplished and had been asked? Had he been asked?
Yes.
So Gene Klisiak, were he to be asked by law enforcement, hey, can you show me the time cards of everybody that was working there that week?
That I don't know. I don't know if he would have to call legal to ask them if he could do it or not.
Fiend said Rogers was the brother-in-law of Holder's BFF.
Right.
That's the dude who went to attempt to verify Holder's alibi. I do remember that.
Yeah. I have all that info from Fiend. I just can't think of his name.
But Brad Holder didn't have any other friends.
What is friends? Oh my God, I just realized he's winking too.
Yes.
Is he winking or is water spraying in his eye?
I don't know. That's what I asked last time I showed it. It was like he's got like a Popeye thing going on.
Yes, Chris Shank. Yes, in other words, he doesn't have an alibi. Yeah, this is the weakest. Like, you'd be better off just not having one at all, because that's pretty much where we're at. Sorry, not sorry, people. There's something in his eye. It's shampoo. For what? Shampoo for what, bro? Oh, his beard, maybe? How would he get from his beard to his
chest hair.
eye?
He's all lathered up.
But he's got no. How you got all that hair on your body and none on your head?
He's got, look at his loofah. He's got his little loofah in the back.
He's got a dirty loofah in there.
Yeah.
Ew, he does. Oh, he's got a loofah and one of those scrunchy balls.
He's got scrunchy balls.
You know he's wearing that plated necklace. It probably turns his hair's all green. He was jumping and that necklace got him in the eye.
He was jumping.
He wanted to look like Odin with one eye. Why all those loofahs? Well, if you're going to use loofahs, I think you need like one for your ass, one for your body, maybe one for your feet. Because, like, do you want to wash your body with the one you wash your ass and your feet with? I don't think so. Angela, we've already had this discussion and nobody knows the answer. We don't know.
Nobody understands why the leg looks the way the leg does.
He's not taking a cold shower, people. There should be no shrinkage.
God, that's too funny. So Gene Klisiak, were he to be asked by law enforcement, hey, can you show me the time cards of everybody that was working there that week?
That I don't know. I don't know if he would have to call. I already said this. Have to call legal to ask him if he could do it or not.
Oh, did Gene Klisiak call? I don't know, because I just keep seeing Gene all over the place. Did Gene Klisiak call legal about getting Brad Holder's time card?
I guess I'm saying that now because, I mean, everything has changed. So then he probably wouldn't have had to, and he could have showed everybody's
time cards?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did law enforcement go talk to Brad Holder that day?
That I don't know.
To your knowledge, did law enforcement talk to anybody that might have been working with Brad Holder that day or earlier in the week?
Maybe he does keep saying it so he doesn't forget, because he was having a trouble forgetting. Like he was forgetting the names he was giving earlier. So maybe you're right.
He's not gonna know it still.
P. Sherman 42 Wallaby Way.
Has to keep repeating it.
Yeah, what line am I on? I have no clue.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
As you sit here right now, do you know whether Brad Holder worked on February?
I don't know.
As you sit here right now, do you know whether Brad Holder worked on February 14th?
I don't remember if I worked on February 14th. No, I don't know.
I know it's a dumb question, but I have to ask it. Would that be something that I could find out if Brad Holder worked on February 14th?
You could find out if Brad Holder's time card was punched in and out.
Thank you. That's a more accurate way to say that. I appreciate that. When police came to Waste Management into the office area where you were located and you talked to them, did you say to them that Brad Holder indeed was working on 2/13 from 4:55 to 2:45 p.m.?
I don't remember telling them that.
I might be done. Do you remember what type of truck Brad was driving back in those days, or a vehicle?
This is the second time he said he's almost done, and he is not, in fact, almost done. No.
I know. Do you remember if Brad ever drove a junky red truck? Does that ring a bell?
A little one? A little red truck?
I don't know. I'm just reading off this report. I'll just read it to you because I don't like being mysterious. Case advised, Brad drives a junky red truck with a G on the front bumper. End quote.
Okay, that would have been me. Yes, I said that. That I remember.
Does that ring a bell?
A little red truck, yeah.
Do you remember Brad ever driving a different vehicle in and out of?
Brad had different vehicles in the time that he worked there. I don't remember what they were.
Did he have different vehicles? To your knowledge, back in 2017, did he have different vehicles that he would take the truck one day and a different vehicle another day?
No, I don't remember that.
I don't know what he did. I don't know that he did. I'm just asking if you remember.
I don't remember that if he did.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Now, Mr. Rosie's going to come in and he's going to ask some questions.
Hopefully some actual questions.
God, Andy, it's painful. He just wants everybody to like him so much.
Yeah.
What vehicles do you remember him driving if you could just kind of run off the top of your head?
I thought he drove a brown truck, but he may not have. I'm just thinking. And he had some type of a Jeep. Might have been gray, and that's it.
Any cars that you remember?
I don't remember any.
Do you recall ever having any problems with him at work other than attendance problems?
No.
Where he got into an argument with somebody, or, you know, guys fighting out on the lot about work or anything like that?
No.
You said you sat around and had lunch with him from time to time.
Yeah. I'd be in the break room when they were in there eating lunch.
Was there anything that you discovered over time that was unusual about him or that bothered you about him?
No. You should meet the guys I work with.
What do you mean by that? I think I know one of them, Chris Shank. Does he work out there?
Wait, he worked there?
Yeah, he works out there.
So then how the fuck was he the one to verify the time? Wait. So wait a minute. He works there. And his friend is the one who came out there to verify Holder's alibi, the clocking of the in of the things. Because who's to say that Chris Shank isn't the one that literally clocked him out at whatever 2:45 or whatever?
That's the big thing, I think. That's the whole, yeah. That the person is Chris Shank that would be the one clocking him in and out.
I did not know that he worked there. I thought that he just knew the person that went there to verify the alibi. I didn't know his ass worked there too. He's Fred Rogers' brother-in-law. Fred Rogers is the one who went out there to verify this stuff. Okay, so I have a lot of questions.
Is Chris Shank related to Kathy Shank?
I don't think so. You're not reading, right?
No, I'm asking the question because I actually don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe so. No link found yet.
Right.
Cute. Okay. So that's
Fred Rogers is one of the cops that goes out there to verify the alibi at a company his brother-in-law works at.
DB, I do think are you talking about Holder having a Facebook called Fred Rogers?
Steve Rogers?
Steve Rogers, yes, it was. Steve Rogers. That pisses me off. I mean, that really irritates me.
Couldn't find a connection between Chris and Kathy?
But regardless, like, you don't need Kathy for this to be fucked up. I mean, Kathy really made it like more fucked up.
Right.
You know, the whole like getting Richard Allen arrested thing. But like this whole verification of the alibi was already weak as hell through all the pages we've already read. But to know that, see, I don't think when Fiend used to talk to me, and he brought this up the first time, I don't think he had pieced that part together. I don't think that he told, because I would remember that he told me that
I
Chris
don't
Shank
even
worked
think that
there
Kathy
too.
Shank was. I don't think Kathy Shank was even important at the time we talked about Chris Shank.
Well, she was, because she was always important, because she's the one that found the tip in the box in the drawer. But even if she's not related to this Chris Shank, what bothers me about it is that he also works there, which means he has access to the key cards, the Chronos cards. And he's like, what's his face's best friend? Holder's like best friend. So why wouldn't he have done that for him if he would have been asked to clock him out?
Correct.
And then to know that his best friend or whatever, or his brother-in-law, I mean, is the one who went out there to verify it. Like, it's no wonder they did the bare minimum, which was just basically ask if he clocked in and out, and that was it. Didn't ask anybody if they saw him.
Never talked to anybody.
Which is odd, because if you're Rogers, Fred Rogers, your brother-in-law is Chris Shank, why at the very least would you not ask Chris, your brother-in-law, if he saw Holder there that day?
Right. Have I seen the post by Anita Huddleston? I don't. You'd have to jog my memory. I don't know what post.
Yeah, I'm annoyed. Okay. So yes, Chris works there. Go to number 9.
Hold on. Did she say Fred Rogers? Fred Rogers is one of the cops that goes out there to verify the alibi.
Mm-hmm.
That's Fred Rogers. So somebody will have to fill me in on this Facebook post, the Huddleston Facebook post. Okay, tagged on X said that brother-in-law drive Brad to work that day. That Chris Shank drove him? Hold on. I think I have Twitter up. Let me see. I was at work the day that all took place. BH.
Oh, I see it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Anita Crane Huddleston says, I don't know where you people are getting your information from, but the night before he was at his ex-wife's house with his children and he went to work the next day. His brother-in-law picked him up for work. So I think some of you people need to get a life.
His brother-in-law.
I don't think his clock in is at question necessarily, but the clock out. Yeah, but if he drove to work with somebody else, then how would he have left unless he got picked up by someone else?
But why would who's his brother-in-law? Does that mean his ex-wife's brother?
Hold on, let me pull up the stuff about all these people. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I still hear you. I don't know what that means, Mav.
Okay. Okay. So December 20th, 2016, Brad Holder posts, he tags Patrick Westfall's account, Tyler Bittner, a bunch of these other people, Christopher Shank, and hashtag tribe matters, hashtag tribal life, hashtag loyalty is everything, hashtag tribe of Gunganir's path. And then a picture of 5 people, one being Pat, one being Holder. I don't know who the rest are. And it says, today is National Best Friend Day. Tag your best friend. Then November 28th, 2018, Holder posts on Facebook, sitting here thinking about you, Joe Huddleston. You were always the selfless person, always put your family first. I remember when I got back from Afghanistan, you came to my coming home party. Christopher Shank and myself had got a pony keg. I wasn't able to hold any beer down or food for that matter because I was on those anthrax meds they give you when you come back. You stayed and partied with me and Chris to help us drain the keg. You stayed even though you knew Sheila would be upset. Even though you were my cousin-in-law, I looked to you as a brother. You are my hero. I'll see you in Valhalla. May the mead run strong today because into those hall walks a hero. Christopher Shank is married or whatever to one of Shannon's sisters.
Okay. Chris Shank is married to somebody in Shannon's family.
Sister.
Okay.
Huddleston, not Hutchinson. Huddleston.
Okay.
So that woman, that person, whoever that is right there, Anita. That is not the name that I just said. So I would say,
But her name is very familiar to me. I'm trying to figure out why.
yeah, Shannon Holder. But what was Shannon's maiden name?
I'm going to my
Tell
fan
me
page.
it was Shank. Yeah, but her last name is now Holder. It wasn't used to be Holder. Wonder if we can find this quickly.
I'm looking right now.
I thought this exact thing as I was
What?
reading it. The anthrax shot is something you get before you deploy and not something you get when you come back. That doesn't make sense.
She's Huddleston.
Oh, Shannon was a Huddleston?
Correct. Shannon Huddleston.
But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, yes, it does. So then Chris Shank married Shannon's sister, who was a Huddleston and was now a Shank. So is this her? Is this Chris Shank's? No.
So Chris Shank. Interesting. It also has him as Chris Huddleston as an alias, as another known name. No, Anita has got to be a parent. She's like 66 years old. And then there's I'm alive.
So February 28th, 2024, there's a small claims thing against Christopher Shank and Erica Huddleston. So Chris Shank was married to Erica.
Okay, so here's Erica. Okay. Chris Shank is married to Erica Huddleston. Erica Huddleston is Shannon Huddleston Holder's sister. Chris Shank. Now I got to figure out how is Rogers the brother-in-law to?
Well, how many?
Is Rogers the brother-in-law to Chris Shank?
Did he marry another Huddleston?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there another? Well, then that would also make Rogers Brad Holder's brother-in-law. You understand what I'm saying? So is it Chris Shank's siblings that married? How is Chris Shank a brother-in-law to Fred Rogers? I know. I'm sure I'm pulling up my family tree because I know I have Brad Holder's family tree in here. I just don't.
Brad calls Huddleston Brad calls Joe Huddleston his cousin-in-law. And it sounds like Joe is married to Sheila.
Fucking twisted. Well, let me see this article that DB just put in here. Okay, and when was the fire? The fire is 2018. That's why I know Anita Huddleston. I fucking guarantee it. Joe Huddleston his daughter Katie, stepdaughter Brandy, and then her stepdaughter's 3 children were in the house fire. Joe Huddleston's 43-year-old wife Sheila Huddleston and his 19-year-old son Brandon managed to escape as the flames engulfed the home. The pair was taken by ambulance to Logansport Memorial. No
Who's
evidence.
Brandy Huddleston Bennett? Because Logan Holder on November 6, 2019 posted a picture of them all like in the airport saying, "Welcome home, USMC Holder, blah, blah, blah." And he tagged with Brandy Huddleston Bennett.
Okay, so Joe's stepdaughter was Brandy, Brandi.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy.
Did Shannon Holder nuke her Facebook? No, she didn't.
DB says, "Oh my god, I can't believe I finally cracked this mystery on my own." Oh, Anita is Shannon's mom. Everyone is someone's uncle, grandpa, or sister, cousin, or all of the above.
Okay. So Anita's Shannon's mom? I mean, that makes sense.
Yes. It says his brother-in-law picked him up for work, which is her daughter's other son. I mean, her other daughter's husband is Chris Shank. And then Joe is Anita's nephew, which is Shannon's cousin. And that's why Brad Holder says something about cousin, but you're always more of a brother to me.
I found a Don Huddleston, and his daughter is Brandy Huddleston Bennett. His other daughter is Erica Huddleston. Erica is engaged to Christopher Shank.
Well, she should be married to him.
Well, it says engaged on her Facebook. They've been engaged since March 17th, 2002.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are married.
Yes, and Anita is her mother.
Yes. Shannon's her sister.
Yeah. It's funny because she does not have Shannon listed as her sister, but then Brandy's her sister. Dawn is her father. Allison, Lehr, is her sister.
Okay. So it's interesting that his mother-in-law or his ex-mother-in-law is alibying him by saying that Chris picked him up for work. But he's saying that he drove his truck to work.
If he drove him to work, then he would have had to drive him away from work. So
yeah,
no mention of that. So
I have that somewhere, but let's see. Okay, let's go back over here. I'll have to pull out the family tree later. Who is your brother's uncle, sister's mother's brother? That's Joe. Trial junkie. Jeez. Keep it together. I thought exactly. So Susan says she knows that he drove the red car. He also says that he drove to work that day.
Oh, see, I was out of it for so long that now I lost the page. So what page are we on?
We're on page 246.
Okay.
Okay. So this is still Rosie. So he says, what do you mean by that? I think I know one of them, Chris Shank. Does he work out there?
Yes.
Yeah, I know him pretty well. What do you mean by that?
Now they're talking about dieting. Did you ever hear a bunch of men sitting around talking about dieting? I thought that was a woman thing.
Okay, do you remember anything unusual about him?
No.
That you were like, yeah, he's a little off, or there's something going on with him that makes me uncomfortable, or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever talk about his personal life at work?
No. Brad was pretty quiet. From what I remember of him, he was pretty quiet.
Did you have any sense of his religious practices from anything that he talked about?
No.
What kind of money do these operators make?
In 17?
Yeah, what are we talking? Like 20 an hour jobs?
Now they're about $33 an hour jobs.
Pretty good jobs for that period.
Yes, it's a very good job.
You believe that that he lost his job because he had attendance problems?
Yes.
I'm assuming they must have been pretty significant for him to lose his job.
No, you get 7 points. You get 7 occurrences. If you're tardy, it's a half an occurrence. If you call in the day of, you get an occurrence, but you get them, it's on a 12-month rolling cycle.
That was going to be my next question. Are they strict about that policy, or do some guys get second chances kind of thing?
Brad was the first person that ever pointed out since I've been there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be dealing with those kinds of things if they had attendance issues? Would you be talking to them about that? Would that be part of your job responsibility?
No, I wouldn't, but they would. There's a verbal write-up, a written warning, a final warning, and then termination.
Let me ask a straightforward question. Did you have any knowledge as to why he was having attendance issues?
No.
You weren't sitting around the break room and he said, I didn't make it to work yesterday because...
No.
I'm assuming now that his name is kind of floating around in the public that people at work have discussed this in your presence.
No, actually, they haven't.
You're not sitting around at lunch talking about, hey, remember that Holder guy that worked here?
No.
None of that.
I think maybe back when they first said something, but no, nobody ever discusses it.
Were you aware of anyone that he worked with that he was really close with, buddies with?
He rode back and forth to work with Chris, or Chris rode with him.
So there you go. Did you have any knowledge of their relationship outside of waste management?
Yes.
What did you know about that?
I know that Chris, he's not married, but the woman that he lives with her sister was married to Brad Holder.
Do you know what her sister's name was or is?
No.
Anything else that you knew about him?
No.
And their relationship outside of waste management?
That's all I knew. When they hired in, they rode together.
Chris still working first shift?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Mr. Baldwin says, what's Chris's last name?
Shank.
How do you spell that?
Shank.
Pretty easy one compared to the others. Remind me, if you would, what the name of the supervisor was back in
fuck.
2017.
Gene Klisiak.
Is the supervisor?
No. The DM was Gene Klisiak. The supervisor was Doug Kammerer.
And is he still there?
Yes.
Do you know if Doug Kammerer was talked to by law enforcement in February of 2017?
I don't know.
Have you and Doug Kammerer ever talked about Brad Holder since he's been gone from the business?
Have we ever?
Yes.
Probably.
Do you know what type of topics might be covered when you talk to him?
Well, like I said, he was the first person that ever got rode up and terminated for occurrences or points.
No other questions. In the future, if I had any other questions, would I be able to talk to you? Just call Waste Management and say, hey, I forgot to ask you this. Would that be something I could do? Or do you think, another question would be, do you think Kammerer, apparently I have more questions still. Do you think Kammerer would be willing to talk to me if I just called him or showed up to talk to him?
I don't know.
Are you technically above Kammerer?
No, I'm below.
So the hierarchy there currently is Mike
And Doug.
and Doug, and then you. Are you over the tipper guys?
Nope, I'm in the office.
That's all. Rosie says, do you have anything? And then Diener pipes in and says that, yeah, she does. So now Diener is questioning Susan Case. Susan, could Brad Holder not show up to his workplace and go unnoticed by other employees?
Not if he was supposed to be there, no.
The way you describe the workplace, everyone has a job and they do that job continuously.
Yes.
From the beginning of their work shift to the end.
Yes. Or when they transfer at lunch, obviously, if Brad was running tipper and he went down for lunch, we get a half-hour lunch. Somebody would have to get in his tipper and run his tipper.
Because you don't stop having trucks come in.
No.
For somebody to take a lunch break.
No.
Everything runs continuously from the time you open until the time you close.
Yes.
Would you consider the workplace to be very busy?
In 2017, yes, it was very busy.
You indicated there were more employees at that time.
Yes.
Was that related to the busyness?
Yes.
You said the time clock is in the break room.
Yes.
So is it a situation where everyone is gathered there waiting to clock in before they start work?
Yes. Everybody goes in. Like I said, you can clock in 5 minutes before. You can't clock in before that. You can clock in 5 minutes before. So everybody's usually in there standing when it's time to clock in.
So the report that was prepared from the officer that spoke with you on February 17th of 2017 says that Brad Holder, according to records, clocked in at 4:55 a.m. That's the earliest he'd be allowed to clock in.
Yes.
For a 5 a.m. shift.
Yes.
It also says that he stayed until 2:45 p.m. Is it possible that your recollection of the ending time for the shift at that time of year is wrong, or would that mean he worked over? You previously said the shift ended at 1:30. Is that true for back in 2017?
That I don't remember. I could be off on those times. It's an 8-hour shift. Yeah, but didn't you work the first shift, ma'am? It would be the same as yours.
Yeah, what did you used to work? I guess maybe hers doesn't
Till
change.
1:30.
So if he clocked out at 2:45 and you reported that to law enforcement on February 17th, do you have any reason to think that that was inaccurate or incorrect?
No, because if I reported that time to the officers on the 17th, they were there and I was looking at Chronos at the time I told them. So I'm sure that his card was swiped out at 2:45.
Since officers are there talking with you on Friday of the week that they are concerned about, we're talking about Monday the 13th of February. They're there within a few days. Would you agree?
Yes.
And they want to know whether he was at work on the 13th. So you're having this conversation. If he wasn't there on the 14th, would that have been something you mentioned to them?
So then technically this means that the supervisor or whatever that signed off on their timesheets every week wouldn't have even signed off on this yet.
Correct.
No, I would just answer what they asked me.
Right. And so the officer documented that you provided them with the information of this clock in and clock out time on February 13th of 2017. You remember doing that?
I remember, yes.
You also provided that you would be the only person on site to be able to make any changes to the time system and no changes were made to his time card. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that because they asked if anybody could change them and I said I can, but if I would change it, there's a record of who edited the time card.
And no edits were made to his time card.
Not that I recall.
And if you did, you would have been able to see it when you looked at his time card when they were there.
Yes.
It says, case advised that Brad Holder drives a junky red truck to work with a G on the front bumper. Do you believe that to be accurate?
Yes, because that was the Mason symbol. It was a Mason symbol.
Mr. Baldwin says, sure is. Sure is a Mason symbol. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think of when he said he became a Mason. It was after the divorce.
Well, right after the murders, he was a master Mason, so it had to have been before the murders.
Yeah, it was right after his divorce from Shannon, he became a Mason. He was working on it, right? And then he got in trouble. And then so he had to wait until all that was cleared up, and then he became a Mason. Okay. So Diener says, it also says case advised, and this is what he reported. Case advised Holder stays on property for his lunch break. Do you believe that was accurate?
What is this? Shaboobies, what is this? What is this article from? It says cult member breaks his silence on explosive theory. Delphi murders were ritualistic sacrifice, and it's Pat Holder or Pat Westfall.
What?
Something she posted. I want to know if like what it is. What
it is?
Yeah, like where the Daily Mail. Oh God, I hate the Daily Mail. Is it about the documentary or whatever it was? Okay, sorry. Am I on 3?
Yes.
Yes.
And in your testimony or response to questions, you said they only get 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
And there really isn't anything in Buffalo for them to go do for 30 minutes, is there?
Shaboobies, that's his daughter. No, they could go down to the station and grab something and come back.
You're referring to the gas station that's like a half mile away?
Yes.
Could Brad Holder send someone that looked like him driving his truck, show up for work, clock in, and run his equipment without anyone noticing?
No.
For example, if he's running a tipper and needs to go to his lunch break, does the tipper not run, or does somebody else get in the tipper and fill that space?
No, somebody has to fill his space.
You don't stop receiving garbage or stop letting in semis for the lunch break?
No.
When you described other vehicles that might have been associated with him, would he change vehicles often, or do you remember that in the 7 to 8 years that he worked there, he might have replaced a vehicle and consistently drove that?
Okay, this is super interesting. So Shaboogie said, does anyone know how Nylan Westfall is related to Patrick Westfall? And I told her that yes, that's his daughter. And she said she liked my Facebook comment under his booking photo saying, oh, hey, it's the guy who knows exactly who killed Abby and Libby, and it ain't Rick Allen.
I'm sorry, what? His daughter did?
Yeah.
Did she post a
So
screenshot of that somewhere?
I don't know, but I hope she got one. She should get a screenshot of that like immediately. But she said,
Bobby, where's
so
that at?
Shaboobies
Where
posted
can I go
under his
find it?
booking photo, and
Where?
Shaboobies said, oh, hey, it's the guy who knows exactly who killed Abby and Libby, and it ain't Rick Allen. And Pat Westfall's daughter liked that comment.
But where is that post at that she said that?
His booking photo on Facebook.
Julie, hi. Okay, so where is what Facebook page so I can go find it? So, what's up, Luna? I've been doing Halloween crafts with the babies. Oh, that's so fun. That's way better than this. Right, DB? Right? I know. Is it a Daily Mail article? I'm confused. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If there's a post on Facebook, then where's the post on Facebook? Is it on Daily Mail? Maybe.
No, it's the Post. Is it Busted Newspaper, Montgomery County, Indiana?
I'm sorry. Say that again?
Hold on. Okay. All right, I'm sending you. There's only 12 comments. I sent it to your messenger. And Shaboobies is literally the only comment.
What do you mean? The only comment? There's a whole bunch of comments.
Well, they're comments under hers. Interesting.
Hey, look, guys, it's one of the guys who knows who killed Abby and Libby, and it ain't Richard Allen.
So then his daughter also commented and said, laugh my fucking ass off. What do you know? You look stupid even saying this. That's funny since she liked it. Like, it's just odd. It's odd to say that. People are just, these people say like rude things, but they don't like, Shaboobies could literally list off a bunch of reasons for why she said that, and none of these people can do anything but to call her a mean name or say she looks stupid for having said it. So maybe for his daughter, maybe Shaboobies should list all of the reasons why she said that. Aware.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. mean, here's the thing is, he doesn't even care that he was arrested. That was DB. Me too. I thought his daughter said that. That's what Shabubi said.
No, she didn't. I was reading it that Shabubi said on the
I know,
post, and then I
but
read what it said.
you did. But that's how I heard it, was that the daughter said that.
No, she liked that
I
Shabubi said
understand
that.
it now. I just totally misunderstood it from the get-go. So I was
Who's
thinking
this
the
Erin
daughter
Michelle
said that.
Sturgeon?
No, Shabubi said it. The daughter liked the comment and then makes a comment saying that Shabubi's look stupid even saying that. I would say that, you know, who looks stupid is the people who said something about black bears and brown bears, but what am I? Hi, Punksy. Oh, it's still very interesting. It's look at my reply to her. Okay. Hold on, let me refresh. We're so far off, like reading it. This is just how it goes. Sorry, guys. Okay, so Shabubi says, why does it keep giving me the stupid most relevant ones? I don't want that. I want all. Stop hiding shit from me. I'm sure your Vinlander daddy told a court somewhere. Let me go prove it with trial documents. Oh, jeez. These kids these days. Okay, so Susan says, yes, that's what I meant. I didn't mean he changed vehicles every other day. We all get different vehicles. Okay, so the state is marking Exhibit 1 for identification. The state's Exhibit 1 is a printout from Google of an aerial view of the landfill. Does that look similar to the area that you worked at?
Mm-hmm.
Highway 16 runs across the page left to right, and then there's a symbol marking the area of Liberty Landfill. Would you agree with that?
Yes, this is Liberty Landfill.
And in the center of the page where this teardrop is located, there's an area along a drive that runs north and south that looks like it has some buildings.
Can I pick this up?
You bet.
Okay, so this is the entranceway
In the center of the page?
here, and then this is the main office up in here, and then like this is that little gas tech building, and then back here is the break room.
So there's this area of no grass that's next to the upside down teardrop, and you're indicating that that area contains the buildings that would be the office, the break room, and
The parking area.
the parking area. So this area in the center next to the teardrop is the space where you would park, where your office would be located.
Mm-hmm.
This roadway that runs from top to bottom on the page in the photograph, is that also the road along which this scale house would be located?
Your map is not very good.
It's not very big.
Is this the entrance?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, they would come in, and then the scale house would be like right around here, and then the trucks would keep going this way to go over to here.
They would follow the road or the path
Yes.
that goes around to the larger area that has no grass, which is the actual landfill.
Yes.
Is that what you refer to as the hill?
Yes.
And would Brad Holder, as well as other employees, park in the same area where you would?
Well, no.
So we're going to go back to Defendant's Exhibit A, where you've drawn some buildings.
Okay. Oh, I park right behind the main office.
Okay.
They park over here between the gas tech building and the break room building. They park on both sides of the break room.
Okay, and you've marked it as parking
Yes.
on Exhibit A, Defendant's Exhibit A.
Yes.
Would you agree that this accurately depicts Highway 16 and the entrance into Liberty Landfill?
Yes. Oh,
All
here
right, so
comes
now
Nick.
Nick wants in on the action.
Surprised they didn't redact this.
It's very interesting to me, like who these people like want to actually question. You know what I mean? Like who they actually want to be there for.
Nick
Man,
hasn't said shit basically this entire time, but he wants to talk to this person who basically gave Brad his alibi.
Right. That's like, why does Nick care to even have this conversation with this person?
I have to pee while you read this.
Okay. Susie says, gonna go back to the video. Not sure if you're. No, we're on Susan now, Susie. We're on Susan. Susan Case. Let's see. Got arrested for firearm possession. His son was arrested for intimidation and marijuana. Because I'm in love with Mary Jane. Okay. So Nick comes in, and now Nick
This is
says,
about to piss me off.
Nick is?
Yeah, he's about to say something that nobody's saying.
Okay, so for the record, Nick McClelland, Carroll County Prosecutor. Miss Case, good morning. Just maybe a couple of questions for you. I want to set the scenario for you so you understand. There's kind of a big elephant in the room that we're not really talking about, and you want to and I want to set the scenario for you. It's the state's belief that the defense is claiming Brad Holder committed these murders, and it's the state's belief that the defense is saying someone else came to Liberty Landfill that day and clocked in for Brad Holder, either worked for him or just clocked in for him and left, and then clocked him out later. And I think the defense is going to further say that this is possible because law enforcement didn't pull the video from Liberty Landfill. So with that in mind, how likely is it that on February 13th, 2017, someone came in for Brad Holder, clocked in for him, worked his shift, and clocked out for him? How likely is that to happen?
That's literally not what they're saying. You cunt. It's not.
Has it ever happened in the history since you've worked there? Has anybody ever done that?
Clocked in for somebody else?
And worked for them and then clocked out for them?
No.
What an idiot.
They better clear this up.
If somebody else, a random person, had clocked in for Brad Holder that morning and worked his machinery, is that something you think you would hear about?
Yes, because they would not be able to do it.
I also tend to believe that since it's 25 or 20 people that work there, everybody knows everyone else.
Yes.
So if Brad Holder is on the tipper that day and Joe Blow is running it, wouldn't someone come forward and say, wait a minute, Brad Holder is supposed to be on that. Who is this guy?
Yes, because you can't just go in and run this equipment. You have to, no offense, but nobody in this room could go up there and run the piece of machinery if they've never done it before. You're not going to be able to do it. Didn't she say all he does is push a button twice?
Yeah.
They better clear this up because that's not what they're saying. If anything, they're saying that he left early.
So that is so, yeah, they're just saying like somebody could have clocked him out. Nobody would have been expecting him to still be there.
Yep.
That's the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
So that is so unlikely. I don't want to put words in your mouth. It's unlikely for that to happen.
Very unlikely.
Is it unlikely? Have you ever had somebody clock somebody out? Let's say Brad Holder. Let's just say with Brad Holder is supposed to leave at 1 o'clock. Have you ever had somebody clock Brad Holder out later so he can get extra hours?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Of course she wouldn't be aware of that. Why would she know? Have you ever had that happen since you've been there at Liberty Landfill?
Not that I know of.
Every place I've ever been, it's happened. Every place I have ever worked, I have written up at least one person for clocking in or out for somebody else.
Yep.
Every business I have managed, I can tell you, I have written up at least one person for this exact thing. Now, nobody's ever come in to work somebody else's shift. And we were like, hey, who the hell is this? That's never happened. I've never had that.
He's making it ridiculous by suggesting that like some random stranger off the street decided to come in and clock in and work his shift for him. I mean, that's just exactly, Judge. He got fired. He got fired for fucking around. Like,
okay. Here you narc. I was the one doing the writing up. So definitely, I didn't let people get away with shit. Do you recall Brad Holder ever leaving the property on February 13th of 2017 when he was clocked in to work?
I don't know.
Is there anything about February 13th that sticks out in your mind? Something crazy happened that day where somebody left and came back. Anything that sticks out?
No.
Is it fair to say it was just a normal day at work?
Yes. He's such a cunt.
I don't have any other questions. Baldwin comes back in. Yeah, just as I got fired from Yankee Candle my freshman year of college for fucking around. You found out. Okay. Mr. Baldwin again questioning the witness. When did the second group of people come on board back in 2017?
I think it was 7 or 7:30.
So there's an overlap between group one and group two where both groups are working at the same time.
Yes. A group comes in, and then the other group comes in like an hour and a half, 2 hours later. And then they work all day together. I mean, those guys on the first crew, they've got 6 hours left, so they're there for 6 hours with them.
That's a good way to look at it. Okay, that's all. Now, Mr. Rosie has some more questions, and hopefully he comes in to clarify Nick being a dumbass. In the time that you've worked there, has anyone ever gotten in trouble for manipulating the time clock where somebody's been determined to log in or punch in when they really weren't working or anything like that?
No. What do you mean punch in?
Oh, my God. Since you've been working there, have any of the employees ever used that time clock to record work that wasn't actually being completed by them?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Rosie says, I don't have anything else. Baldwin says, what does overtime pay? If you go over 8 hours, do you get paid overtime?
Time and a half.
Baldwin says, thank you.
So if you're making 30, you make 45.
Diener says, we're done. McClellan says, review and sign. Baldwin says she's going to type it up and then presumably she gets everything accurately. But if you want to review it and say, I want to see that my words are accurately written out correctly, you have that opportunity. We're happy to give that to you. Ms. Diener says, you can do that or you can waive signature and she'll do it from the recording. The witness says, I'll do that. I don't need to read it. And then that's what you've got. Well, that was a waste of time. I mean,
So,
yeah.
For Betsy's deposition, I have defendants exhibits A, B, C, D, E, and F in that folder. If you
Okay.
plan,
I don't have your folder. I think I just downloaded the depo.
Hold on.
So I don't know if you want to send those to me separate. Yeah, I mean, most of these depositions I have found to be quite a waste of time, but it has been interesting kind of looking into the people that they talk about, because there's names of people that like I've never heard of in connection to this case, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry for the dinging. I got to get these from Sleuthy real quick, so it's going to ding for a hot minute while she sends them.
There's only 3 more. They're nothing special, but
No, that's fine. It's good to have them, though, just so that we can kind of see what they're referencing. I mean, I think we have a couple anyway, but... Stupid nose. One more.
yes, we can see you, Angela.
Okay. Am I blocked? Oh, fuck no. Nobody better ever block you. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do the deposition of Betsy Blair. This takes place on February 27th of 2024. So all the attorneys are in for this one. Okay, so Betsy Blair, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. Does anybody not know who Betsy Blair is? I guess I should ask that. I should, Lindsay. I really should. Okay, so beginning questioning is Mr. Roby.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Present are myself, defense counsel Baldwin, prosecutor Latrell, prosecutor Diener, and Betsy Blair, correct?
Correct.
Betsy, Miss Blair, would you please state your full name for me?
Elizabeth J. Blair.
And how old are you?
I was born in 1957.
You're going to make me do the math. So 43 plus 24, 67?
Yes.
I just want to talk about this. This is one of the reasons I ever even looked to find out who Betsy Blair was, because that's the epitome of back when people were trying to say like that the bridge guy sketches were actually the same guy, and the families would come out and they would do these interviews. They'd be like, if you're old and you see somebody, that's you see somebody, you might think that they're younger than they are because you're older, or if you're younger, you might think somebody's old because you think that they're just like super old because you're so young. Do you remember all that?
Yeah. Fucking stupidity.
Right. And so Betsy Blair, if Betsy Blair saw Rick Allen, they were only like 12 years apart.
Right. So why would she say he looks like he's 20?
Right. Her name is not Betsy. It's Elizabeth. You knew that, though, DB. Okay, so where do you live? We're not going to do that. I don't know why. See, the type of shit that is not redacted. Just going to fucking throw out Betsy's address. How long have you lived there, just generally?
Since about 2000.
What's your phone number? Jesus Christ. Are you married?
I am.
Do you have kids?
No.
So no grandkids?
No.
Do you have some like friends that you hang out with routinely, just socially?
Yes, many.
She is. She's very social. Are these people generally people your age or younger? Do you have a kind of associate with?
They're mostly my age.
Where do you work?
I'm retired.
From where?
My last job was at the state of Indiana Department of Transportation.
When roughly did you retire? What year?
December of 2014.
So you worked for the DOT. Where is the local DOT office?
The office I worked in was in Indianapolis headquarters.
Have you ever lived? First of all, how far is your home from where we are right now? I know you have a Lafayette address.
It's about a 10-minute drive.
Is it between here and Lafayette?
Yes. Yes.
Are you close to the Carroll County line?
Sort of. It's between the line and Americas.
Apparently. It's between the line and the Americas. Do you associate with Delphi as kind of your home community, or do you associate more with Lafayette?
No, I don't spend a lot of time in Delphi.
That's been the case for you historically?
Yes.
What did you do in preparation for the deposition today, if anything?
I looked at a couple of notes that I had, and I spoke with Stacy Diener. Oh, here we go.
What notes did you look at?
A couple of notes that I took when I spoke with different people during the course of the investigation.
Hold on, Julie's making fun of me for how I said Lafayette. That's how we said it. That's how we said it when I lived there. When I say, you guys say it different?
Lafayette.
Lafayette, yeah.
Lafayette.
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 Okay, so what notes did you look at? Did you already read this? You probably didn't. I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the last 7 years or so?
Right.
I think she took notes throughout the 7 years of the investigation. Bye, Spoobs.
I want a handwriting comparison with Diener, because how do I know Diener didn't write these notes?
Right.
Oh, they're not even handwritten. Continue.
Where are the notes? Are we talking like in a journal, or are they electronic?
No, they're not electronic. They're just on pieces of paper that I have in a folder. Oh, so they are written.
Did you bring them with you today?
I don't have them with me.
Have you shared them with anybody from law enforcement?
No.
Just tell me what your notes say, not verbatim.
In general,
Tell me, like, if I looked at them, what would I see?
it's like when I met with different people and the purpose of why I met.
So you're kind of keeping a log sheet of
Sort of.
who you met with and when.
Yes.
Would you have a problem sharing those with the prosecutor after today at some point?
I wouldn't have a problem with that, but it probably wouldn't be useful.
Do you think they're pretty accurate in terms of the times you met with people?
It's probably not complete.
How many times have you met with people that you need that this
Right.
is
There's so
that it would
many
not
that you don't have all of them.
right? That's interesting too. So is there anything in your notes that would help refresh your recollection about what happened, what you observed back in March or February of 2017 when you were at the trail?
I don't recall exactly about that. Just in general, I think one of the notes is about meeting an officer at the trail and walking the trail and describing where I was on February 13th.
All right, well, we may get back to that. You said you spoke with Miss Diener in preparation for the deposition.
I did.
When did that conversation take place?
Last few days,
How many times did you meet with her or speak with her?
twice.
Was that here in this building?
No, it was not in the building. It was in her office and it was at the trail.
So she actually walked out to the trail with you or drove out to the trail with you?
Yes.
Did you go out together?
We met and walked it.
What did you do at the trail?
Walked it, same path that I walked on the day of February 13th.
You took the lap? I think there was a reference to you taking a lap.
Yes.
Did you talk about what you saw that day?
Yes, I talked about that I saw the guy on the bridge and I saw the two girls walking on the trail. And I talked with about seeing 4 other girls that were actually on the trail before I arrived there while I was in the car driving there at that point.
Interesting that she knows that it was 4 girls. Was anyone else with you?
No one else was with me.
Have you, in the course of your life, have you had any psychiatric issues where you've been institutionalized for anything?
No, I have not.
Damn, hardcore. Back in 2017, in February of 2017, were you taking any medications or any treatment at all, even if you weren't institutionalized?
No, I wasn't taking any.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a psychiatric illness of any kind?
No.
What about criminal history? Have you ever been arrested?
No.
Do you have any military history?
No.
Do you attend church?
No.
Were you attending church back in 2017?
No.
Have you been hospitalized for any medical conditions between, let's say, January of 2017 up until now?
Yes. Yes.
Anything that has anything to do with your cognitive state. I don't want to get into it too much personal stuff.
No.
Well, he obviously knows fucking something. And
I think he's
digressing,
trying to take away all the possibilities that they're going to come back and say that she was old, she has dementia, she doesn't remember, she imagined this, she smokes pot, all that stuff. They're trying to get all that stuff.
I remember the whole pot thing that she's like she was on drugs. I remember a certain YouTuber really pushing that.
Mm-hmm.
And digressing back to the preparation for today, did you look at any photographs or any documents other than your notes before you came in today in the last, let's say, week or so?
I didn't look at any photographs.
Any other documents other than your notes?
I looked at my Fitbit record from that day.
That's basically it?
Yeah.
Did you talk to anyone other than Miss Diener about the depot today? Any friends, family members, anything like that?
I spoke to my husband about the fact that I was going to be here. So
Anybody
my husband
else?
died.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Anybody else? Law enforcement officials? Are you looking up to see if her husband died?
Yes.
You
No.
wanna wait?
No, go ahead.
I'm talking about like in the last week or two since you knew you were coming in.
Right. No, the only person I've spoken to is Stacy Diener.
Let's just talk about the time period leading up to 2017. How often would you come to Delphi? I mean, how frequently would you be in this community? Daily, weekly, monthly?
I would walk on that trail several times a week.
Oh, so you were here quite a bit.
Yes, just to walk the trail. Wait a minute. Yes, just to walk the trail. Otherwise, I might go to a restaurant occasionally or something. That's about it.
Yes, she saw the girls on the bridge go on their way out when she was returning from pooping. Yes. So they were on their way out, which is interesting how she didn't see the girls. She never saw the 4 girls prior when she did her first lap on the trail. She never saw those girls then. She doesn't live next to the trail. She lives in Lafayette, or closer to Lafayette, next to the Americas. All eyes. Isn't that funny? Did we ever figure that out? Okay. What restaurant or restaurants for that matter?
Brick and mortar.
That's where you go. It's your go-to joint?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a sandwich shop fan.
No.
Do you ever shop in the community? Do you ever spend any time in the grocery store?
Rarely.
What about down at CVS? Did you ever go in there?
Rarely.
Why would you go in there?
It's close to my house, closer than Lafayette.
Is it a place where you go to get prescription medication if you needed them?
No, I didn't have a prescription.
Or aspirin?
Just miscellaneous.
Do you know Rick Allen?
No.
No, this is Rosie. Do you even know who that is if I tell you the name Richard Allen?
I never knew him before this came up.
You seen some pictures of him?
Yes.
When is the last time you think you saw a picture of him, if you had to guess?
I think the last photo is the one where he's outside the courthouse here.
He's not anybody that's familiar to you.
No.
And he wasn't back in February of 2017?
No.
Let's talk about February of 2017. I know some of this is going to be tough timing-wise for you, but do the best you can. I just want to clarify here. She says that she does not know Richard Allen and has never, ever seen Richard Allen.
And he's not familiar with him at all.
And not familiar with him at all until this came up and she saw a photo of him outside the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that means she didn't see fucking Richard Allen back in February of 2017. Yeah, you like sandwiches? You like sandwiches? Let's talk about February of 2017. I know some of this is going to be tough timing-wise for you, but do the best you can. Where were you living in February of 2017? Same place as you are now?
Same place.
Was this one of those weeks where you were using the trail, kind of like you said, you kind of frequented the trail?
Yes, for exercise.
What about in the winter time? Did you still get out quite a bit in the winter?
Yes, even in the winter.
You're pretty regimented about that?
Yes.
Do you walk on other trails?
Yes.
So you got a little circuit you run or something?
It's not regular, but I've walked on a bunch of different trails.
How was your health generally back in February of 2017?
Very good.
Would you say you were walking pretty routinely?
Yes.
I'm assuming that's one of the reasons why you wore that Fitbit?
Yes.
I think I read one of your statements that you had given, and I think you referenced that you were out 2 separate times on the trail, 2 separate times on February 13th of 2017. Is that accurate?
Yes. So I can give you more detail if you like.
What do you remember about that? Just why you went twice?
Because I normally would go on that trail and take the path I took 3 times. And I went out there and I took the path 2 times. And then I went to the library to use the restroom. And then I came back to do the 3rd route.
Was that kind of a normal routine for you then? Maybe not breaking it up with the bathroom stop?
No, normally I would walk 3 times on that route, but on that day I decided to go use the restroom.
After you left the second time that day, do you remember where you went?
I went home.
Basically, I'm not trying to be too technical, but you pretty much went straight home?
Yes.
You didn't have any reason to go see a friend or McDonald's or anything?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember if your husband was home?
He was not home. He was at work.
Did you have any reason at that point in time when you got home to be concerned about anything that had transpired here in Delphi that day?
No.
Would you have alerted to anything?
No.
So it was a normal day.
Yes, it was a normal day until my husband told me about the news that these 2 girls were missing.
Do you recall approximately when he mentioned that to you?
That evening.
What was your reaction to that, at least to him, if you recall?
When I saw the photo of the 2 girls, my reaction was that I knew those 2 girls from seeing them on the trail that day.
You saw the photos and you're like, hey, I know I saw those girls not long ago?
Exactly.
Was it very clear to you that those are the girls you saw?
It was very clear.
Then what did you do next?
I made a call to the sheriff's office to report what I saw.
Did you make the call that day?
I think it was that evening.
And just kind of in a nutshell, what do you remember telling the sheriff? Pretty much what you're telling me?
Interesting. That I was out there, that I saw the 2 girls on the trail, and that I saw the person now known as the defendant or bridge guy, that I saw him on the bridge.
Okay. No, this
That's
is
odd.
not true. This is not a true statement. It was either a bad memory or she needs to eat more sandwiches.
Well, they need to clarify that, because I find it hard to believe that if that's what she is saying, um, like that she saw Rick, then why they wouldn't ask her that at trial.
Okay, well, but it's still not even possible because she's saying here she made the call to the sheriff's office to report what she saw. And he says, did you make the call that day? So you're talking on the 13th, right? Remember, there's no news about the girls until later in the evening. So it would be a very late call. And she says, I think it was that evening. And in a nutshell, what did you remember telling the sheriff? Pretty much what you're telling me. She says that I was out there and that I saw 2 girls on the trail. Now that she can do. She can't say, and that I saw the person now known as Bridge Guy, because
Yeah, but when she would have called, she would have just said, I saw a guy on the bridge.
correct.
But her equating that as the defendant,
Now known as the defendant or Bridge Guy? No, they're
I think surely they will at some point say, see, as soon as she said that, I would have said, you
the
saw
photo
them.
of him isn't released until the 15th, correct? My timeline in my brain is correct. They don't even put out a photo of Bridge Guy till the 15th.
Right. But if she saw a man on the bridge,
That's my point.
she would say she saw a man on the bridge.
And it's very clear that that man is not the defendant. I
Yes,
mean,
but what I'm saying is that she makes it confusing, because she says that I saw a person known as the defendant or bridge guy, that I saw him on the bridge. She's saying she saw the defendant on the bridge
yeah, that is
in this
cop talk.
deposition. I keep going.
Okay, so let's talk about the contacts with law enforcement. This is where it might get a little difficult, but I'm going to do my best. So the first time you had contact with law enforcement would have been most likely the night of February 13th, 2017.
No,
You had contact.
I did not get a call back after I left my voicemail.
Oh, I'm sorry. You left a voicemail.
Yes, it was a voicemail. So
When did you get a call back?
maybe 2 days later,
Tell me what you remember about that call.
that they wanted to speak with me further. I can't really tell you anything else.
So let's just think about that. She calls in and says, I saw the 2 girls that you're looking for. I saw them on the trail. And I saw a guy standing on the bridge. She does this on the 13th. They have not found the girls, and they still don't fucking call her back for 2 days.
Until after they find the girls and after they get the phone, then they call her back when they put out the picture of Bridge Guy.
Like, when she's leaving this voicemail, the girls are fucking missing. They could have been kidnapped and taken who knows where.
Right.
That is nuts. Did I already say this? Tell me what you remember about that call. I said that already?
What? Yeah.
Okay.
I did speak with them.
So at some point, then you met with some law enforcement officers kind of in the flesh, so to speak, right?
Yes.
Tell me when you think that first happened.
It was probably 2 or 3 days after the girls went missing.
I saw some notes. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or thoughts, but I saw some notes that it might have been February 17th, 3 days later. Does that sound?
Yes.
Have fun, Julie. We got to catch up soon. As soon as I feel better. Do you remember meeting with law enforcement again after that, after the first meeting?
Multiple times.
How many times as you sit here today would you say that you sat down with a police officer? Just estimate for me.
I don't know. I met several times with people from the sheriff's office, and I met several people from the Indiana State Police at different times. Just over the years, I've met a number of people.
What about back in 2017, the first time that you came in? I'm assuming you came to Delphi to meet with law enforcement.
I did.
Where did you meet with law enforcement?
I believe that first meeting was in the old Tipmont building.
The old what?
Tipmont building on the side of the square.
I'm not from around here, so I don't know all the references. So you're talking about over by Pizza King somewhere?
Yeah, there was a special office set up to do investigations.
So you think you were in that particular office?
Yes.
What do you remember about that? Was it like a waiting room or just a tiny little office?
It was like a witness room, or I don't know. It was a small room that had a camera and a table and 2 chairs.
And do you remember who you met with?
Right now, I can't think of their names.
Was it a man or a woman or both?
Bro, didn't she say she literally reviewed her notes for this exact thing?
Yeah.
2 men.
Over by the Pizza King. All eyes. Police officers, I presume?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm the old Tipmont building. Why they weren't doing interviews? They didn't have another place set up to do interviews that I was aware of on the 17th. No, I don't know if they did yet. Was that meeting, if you recall, was it like video or audio recorded?
It was recorded on video.
Did you know that when you...
Oh, so this would be part of the lost videos, I'm guessing? Yes, I did.
Well, it can't because the lost videos are from the Delphi police station. Not this weird random old Tipton building. I don't know what that is. So you're not sure. It's pretty tough for you to recreate how many times you've been in that circumstance with law enforcement where you've given an interview?
That particular interview, there may have been 1 or 2 other times after that that were similar.
Where were those, if you remember? Same place?
I spoke with somebody in the city police city building, I think a couple of times.
Any other places you can remember?
The drawing was done in the jail.
The sheriff's department?
Yes.
Anything else? Any other places?
Out at the trail.
How many times do you think you've been out on the trail with law enforcement representative or somebody involved in the investigation?
3.
Does that include Miss Diener just the other day?
No.
So maybe 4 times total now?
Yes.
Back in 2017 when you met, did you spell the name of the building?
Actually, I said Tipmont, which would not be correct. It would be Carroll White County Electric.
What? Like REMC or whatever?
REMC, yeah. I remember them saying that they did interviews at the REMC building. Don't you remember
On the
Kathy Heck
17th
talking about
though?
this?
Was it that quick?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess I don't remember it being that quick. Utility office?
Utility building.
On that day when you sat down with the police, were you feeling good that day? Did you feel like you were capable of providing them with accurate information?
Yes.
Do you think that in terms of what occurred back on February 13th of 2017, that your recollection of those events would have been as good on that day as any other day since then?
I think it was, yes.
That's usually the case, that the closer in time, the better the recollection.
Right.
But maybe not. Do you think that's true in this case?
Yes.
My notes suggest that you met with law enforcement in 2019 on at least one occasion, maybe two. Does that sound accurate to you?
I'm sure I met with somebody during that time period.
Do you remember there being kind of a big gap of time between kind of the first flurry of contact and the second, or not?
What I remember about 2019 is probably that I was speaking with the state police investigators then.
How would you describe your ability to recall events in 2019 versus 2017?
I would say it was pretty fresh.
Here we go. All I says they moved to the REMC building on 2/25/17.
I think her two previous meetings with Diener has her fucked up.
I would not doubt that. Right. I remember them saying that they were spread out in multiple locations. I remember that too. Yeah, I just didn't think it was that quick. So that's interesting to me.
Who's that according to? Is that according to Kathy Shank, though? Because she wasn't even involved until March 1st, according to her.
Right, no, they're dragons. Yeah.
All right, go.
Hold on. Okay, so where was I? How would you describe your ability to recall events in 2019 versus 2017? I think you answered that already.
Mm-hmm.
And when was it, if you could estimate, that this sketch situation came about that you mentioned at the sheriff's department?
It was very early on. I think it was February of 2017.
So it was one of the first things you did.
Yes.
Tell me, I've not seen that process or been a part of that. Tell me what happened in that process. You were asked to go sit down somewhere, kind of, how did that all transpire and ultimately generate this sketch? Talk to me about that.
Okay, so I sat down with the person doing the sketch. That person had a big book of facial features, and we would talk about different facial features and look at the book. And I would try to choose something in the book that looked the most like what I thought the person looked like. So it was a process of like going through all these different features, and the sketch artist would add them into the drawing, and then we'd kind of adjust as we went along. It took, as I recall, maybe 2 or 3 hours. It took a while to do that.
So would you say that there was some formality to the process?
I would say it was like a typical thing that they would do was to show this book with these features for people.
Did you feel like it was pretty organized, or did you feel like you were kind of just sitting there talking loosely and somebody was taking notes?
There wasn't any note taking. It was just the sketch artist, as far as I know. There was another person in the room, but I don't know if they took notes.
Do you remember who that was?
That was one of the sheriff's department people.
Somebody in brown?
Yes, I don't know what he was wearing.
Did you feel like that the officer, actually, I think his name was Taylor, if I'm not mistaken. Does that sound right?
The sketch artist?
Yes. I should say not officer, sketch artist.
I don't recall the sketch artist's name.
Did you believe it was a man, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that that man, the artist, was listening, I guess, to you and letting you provide information freely and openly?
Yes, there wasn't any influence.
That's what I was going to ask. You didn't feel like they were trying to steer you in one direction or the other.
No.
Do you believe that whatever information they were offering up to you, these different examples, was helpful in getting you to generate a description that was reliable in your mind?
It helped me to kind of decide between whether a certain feature was more like this or more like a different one. It was very difficult for me to do that because I was not close to the bridge guy. And I had said, when I was asked if I would work with the sketch artist, I said it would be difficult, but that I was willing to do it.
Did you think that once there was a finished product, that that product was, an accurate representation of what you saw on the 13th?
It was as good as I could make it.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being bad and 10 being good, how would you describe it? I'm just trying to get some idea. It was as good as you can make it is kind of a general statement.
I was satisfied with it.
You thought it was a reliable depiction of what you saw.
Yes.
Did you ask the artist to do anything else? Like, hey, you need to change this. That's just totally wrong. Anything like that?
Well, that was part of the whole process. During the whole process of drawing, then he would ask me at different times, what do I need to change, or what about this other feature, like when he drew the shape of the face, he asked me if that was what it should be. So yeah, it was a conversation.
When did you first see the finished product? When did you see the sketch?
When the sketch artist finished it.
I don't get it. I don't know how this process works.
Same day.
Same day?
Yeah, he was drawing it in front of me.
But he actually kind of finalized it, so to speak, in front of you?
Yes.
He didn't take it back to some lab or office or something
I have no idea what he did with it after.
and call you 2 weeks.
No, I have no idea.
When was that sketch released to the best of your knowledge to the public?
A couple of years later.
Did you get a copy of it to take home with you?
No.
Did you ask for one?
No.
Were you in the two, let's say, my notes suggest it was approximately 2 years later. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
2019?
Sure.
Between the time that the sketch was completed in 2017 and 2019 when it was released, was anybody communicating with you about that sketch and whether or not it was going to be released?
No.
What were your feelings about what had happened with the description you gave?
I was just waiting to see if they would release it.
You saw the first sketch, right?
I saw the first sketch that was released.
Okay, so there was a sketch out. You knew that, and yours was...
I knew it wasn't mine.
Did you ever, between the time of the sketch being finished and the time it was released, did you ever go to the police and say, hey, you need to know that I gave a description?
No, I didn't do that.
Were you thinking about doing that?
No, I wasn't thinking about doing that.
During the course of this entire investigation, so from 17 all the way to now, has anybody ever met with you and suggested that maybe you were wrong about what you saw?
No one has.
What about somebody meeting with you, presumably I assume law enforcement because that's who you've been meeting with, sitting down with you and saying, hey, I think you might have seen something different. Has that happened to you?
No, it hasn't.
Maybe to ask it a better way, has anybody tried to change your mind? That's probably the simplest question.
It's not come up.
You've had a lot of time to reflect, obviously, on, what you saw back in February of 2017, 7 years now. Has your mind changed about that at all as you sit here today?
Has my mind changed about what?
About what you saw back in 2017, that you now think you saw something different than what you described previously?
No.
We take a break for a minute. Okay, recess. Now we're back. Let's talk about this second sketch. Are you familiar with what actually was the first sketch released, you told me?
I've seen it a number of times.
I'll mark this as Defendant's Exhibit A, which is just the original sketch. Everybody knows what this is.
Not everybody.
Not everybody?
Well, no. There's people here that don't know.
Oh. This is the old bridge guy sketch. It's actually the second sketch made, but the first one released in 2017.
So this is not the sketch that Betsy...
This is not Betsy's sketch. The defense asked for the recess, yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this second sketch. Are you familiar with what is actually the first sketch released? You told me a few minutes ago you have.
I've seen it a number of times.
So this isn't the first time you've seen this, right?
Right.
You just said you've seen it a number of times?
Right.
Do you know who created that particular sketch?
I do not.
You haven't had any contact with anybody that you think created it or suggested they created it?
No idea.
Do you believe that the individual depicted in this particular sketch, A, that's reflected on A, is the same individual that's reflected in your sketch?
I believe it could be the same individual, but the features shown on this are not what I saw from my perspective.
We're talking about features. Let's just kind of go down through them in an itemized way. What's the first feature that you think is not the same?
He looks heavier than I recall when I saw him on the bridge.
Any other features?
He looks older to me.
Any other features?
No.
What about the facial hair? I see an obvious absence of that in yours.
I did not see facial hair.
There's a difference there, right?
Yes, there's a difference.
What about the hat? This sketch A has a hat, and your sketch, which I'm going to mark B,
When this
sketch.
when this
Oh,
sketch
sorry.
was released, the public was told to ignore the hat.
I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm just asking you. Did you see anybody with a hat on?
No.
Okay, so here's B, which is Betsy's sketch. If you notice, see how there's no signatures or anything around any of this? No
Can you
dates,
zoom in
no
on that at all?
signatures, no nothing. What?
Can you zoom in on that at all to make it the same size as the other one so you can switch back and forth to show people the difference? So there's,
I think that's
this is
similar.
Betsy's. This is not Betsy's. Betsy's. Not Betsy's. Betsy's. So they're clearly different. How she missed the fucking facial hair, I don't know.
Yeah, and the hat.
Any other differences? No. Oh, what about the goatee?
I mean, in
Not
fairness,
seeing a goatee in your sketch, Betsy.
she's not wrong. I mean, they release the sketch, and then they come out and say to ignore the hat. But then in the next press conference, they come out and say to ignore the entire face.
So then why the fuck did you put the hat on him?
I have no idea, because somebody saw him in a hat.
Okay, but you didn't see him, law enforcement. So why did you tell people to ignore the hat?
Yeah,
Like,
if you were
gonna say, well, Betsy didn't see the hat, so we're gonna tell people that this is the person, but ignore the hat. Well, then Betsy also didn't see the goatee, so why didn't you tell people to ignore that also? What was the point of even putting these sketches out? Because neither of them, I mean, they're not Rick Allen.
Right.
And you didn't want to use them at the trial, so what was the point? They didn't get you a tip about Rick Allen.
Yeah, and then it's curly hair. Oh, I absolutely think they're two different people. This sketch, so just for anybody who doesn't know, this sketch is now known to be the sketch done by Sarah, that was Sarah Carbaugh's sketch, the one who was driving by, and just happened to see Muddy Bloody Guy on the side of 300 North. For years, for many, many years, and nobody's ever going to prove that, and nobody's proven me wrong on this. This was actually put together by the FBI based upon multiple sketches and the video, which is why this isn't released until, you have your timeline down better than I do on this, July. I think it's July of 2017.
A sketch
June,
is not a
July.
photograph.
Doesn't actually even get released because the FBI takes the video itself and multiple.
No, it didn't get released. No, it didn't get released because she didn't get interviewed and do the sketch for months.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that for years, from the time of the murders and it was released up until that Frank's memo, this was never Sarah Carbaugh's sketch. This was always a compilation of multiple witnesses and the FBI doing it, which is why it doesn't have Taylor Bryant's name on it, and it's also not dated.
So
this is the only one of all the sketches that have come out, even the leaked ones, all the sketches that does not have a name of the artist or a date on it.
Are you looking at, because I'm on a different screen, are you looking at Old Bridge Guy sketch?
Yes.
Okay, that was released on July 17th, 2017.
Correct.
Which is on June 19th, 2017 is when Sarah Carbaugh met with the FBI. It was plants. And she drew sketch one with him.
Okay, which is
and
what
then
I'm
a month.
saying. So at the point of the time where Sarah Carbaugh meets with law enforcement in June, at that point in time, law enforcement had at minimum 3 other sketches that were already done by Taylor Bryant. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying that, yeah, but this particular one, oh, but she didn't get to testify about the sketch. So it's not like we heard Sarah Carbaugh say that that is the sketch.
Yeah, we've
in
never
its entirety.
heard Sarah Carbaugh say that this is her sketch, ever.
Like, I think she said, I did a sketch with them.
Yes.
But but since they couldn't bring that in, they weren't allowed to talk about the sketches, any of them. There's no. But then why are they saying that this sketch is the one provided by Sarah Carball?
That's always been my question. Nobody has ever shown me or the public that this is actually a sketch that was because of Sarah Carball's description, ever. The first time I had ever heard that in all the years of following this case was in the Franks memo. So somehow, some way, the defense team believes that this is Sarah Carball's sketch. But it made no sense because it is not done by Taylor Bryant, who did every other sketch in this case. Every other sketch is done by Taylor Bryant. His name is signed on the bottom of every sketch.
No, this one's done by FBI plants.
This is done by the FBI, and it was always said that they took multiple witness statements, like all the sketches, the other three or four sketches that were already done by that point, put them together, including parts of the video, and the FBI created it digitally. It was digitally done. It was not like this.
How the fuck did they use the bridge guy video?
No idea. I'm just telling you that
was
was
for the hat.
years, that's what we're told. And I'm talking about people that are very, very close to Patty's, Williams. I mean, that's what they were telling us, was that that's what this was.
Actually,
and it's the only sketch that is not signed by an actual sketch artist. So I don't know. And why they didn't put out any sketch if they had all these. The only reason I believe that to be true is because they had, like I said, at minimum 3 sketches that they could have put out and never did until that sketch. You see what I mean? Like, they had Betsy Blair's, they had Voorhees, they had Liebert's, they had other sketches. They just didn't put them out. They also had Daniel Pearson.
So then my question would be, why in 2019 did they decide to put out just Betsy's?
Because that would be the one that was closest to the crime scene and the closest one to the girls. Because remember, Betsy sees somebody on the bridge, turns around, walks back, and sees the girls like immediately. So that would be the closest to the actual victims that a witness could say that they saw. So they chose hers. Because Liebert's is from earlier in the day on the other side. We know that Sarah Carball is not reliable. Daniel Pearson, this is something I've talked about with Skip a lot. So the Daniel Pearson is my main reason I think that they changed everything, is because they were no longer going to use anything he said as of 2019.
I just noticed something curious.
Yeah, the person that Betsy saw would have still been on the bridge when the girls walked out. Yes.
Is Angela still here?
Angie's still here? I don't see her. She may still be listening somewhere in the. Yep, there she is.
Tell her to check texts. Or check texts. I forgot.
I don't have to. She can hear you, honey.
I forgot. Check your texts.
She said, "Isn't it wild to think that there was no Daniel Pearson at trial?" Well, I think it's even wilder to think that in Andy Baldwin's opening statement, he tells the jury they're going to hear from Daniel Pearson, and then they don't.
Stupid.
So, I don't know. Just food for thought on this sketch. I still don't believe it's Sarah Carbaugh's sketch. I'd still like to see proof of that. Who said that? Judge Jessica. Who said that Daniel Pearson was going to be at trial? Andy Baldwin said that to the jury in his opening statement. He said they were going to hear from Daniel Pearson. I don't know if that's what you're asking. Okay. Let's go back to Betsy. So let me hand you what's been marked as B. So we're comparing two photos here. Come on, Rosie. Have you not listened to Doug? Sketch is not a photograph. Is that your sketch, so to speak?
Yes.
I'm just looking at the sketches with regard to these differences. What about the hair? Do you agree with me that there's some distinguishing characteristics between the two of them?
There is a difference.
What you recall about the hair is more consistent with your sketch, right?
My best guess as to what his hair looked like is the sketch that I guided.
What do you think is the more distinguishing characteristics between the person you saw on the bridge and sketch A?
The difference is that there's a lot more detail in sketch A. And so what I would draw from that, I don't know if that's what you're asking. What I would draw is the conclusion that maybe the person who gave this sketch was closer.
You're talking about sketch A?
Sketch A.
I guess what I'm asking is, you know what you saw that day on the bridge, right?
Yes.
You've been steadfast about that from the minute you gave your first description.
I am sure that when they released the photo of the guy on the bridge, I was sure that I had seen him on the bridge.
And you saw sketch A shortly after you saw this guy on the bridge, right?
I don't know when it was, but yes.
The thing that jumps out to me, if I'm wrong, just tell me, is that there seems to be a fairly significant age gap between these two images. Do you agree with that?
My impression of him on the bridge was younger than the impression I get from sketch A.
And you even talked about the dimensions. We're not going to get into all the details because it's documented, well documented what you said. The dimensions of this person in your sketch is more slender than the person in sketch A, right?
Yes, I feel like... Yes, I feel like...
Oh, you mentioned that. I thought you were on this one. You mentioned that a few minutes ago.
Yes, I feel like the person I saw on the bridge is more slender than sketch A shows.
So on that particular day, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. You went to the trail twice, right?
What day?
On February 13th.
Yes, I did.
You might have noticed this, but it looked like the first time you were there was around 12:15.
I don't remember that number.
You don't recall?
The second time was around 2.
If I suggested that from what I looked at, the second visit on the Fitbit was 1:45, maybe to 2, would be pretty close.
Yeah.
And on the second trip is when you saw the 4 girls on the bridge, right?
Yes.
Which would have been up by the highway. So I'm not talking about the Freedom Bridge.
You are talking about the Freedom Bridge.
No, we're not. We're talking about the little bridge.
Yeah, but he says, I'm talking about the Freedom Bridge.
Oh, I'm talking about the Freedom Bridge.
No.
Tell me what bridge.
It's the old railroad bridge that went over the old Highway 25.
Same location, different bridge?
No, the Freedom Bridge is over the new highway. And then for whatever reason, yeah.
Why don't we
Maybe.
What the heck?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right. So do you remember anything specific about what they were wearing, like colors, styles?
No, I don't remember.
Why the fuck can't we know that? Hi, Jenny.
She must have described the girl she saw.
We're not allowed to know. Yeah, can't know anything about those girls. You did mention a light sweatshirt, I think is what you just said.
I don't remember. I was never asked that, and I don't remember that being a question.
Nobody ever asked you to describe what they were wearing?
I don't recall that.
So you encountered these 2 girls and you continued on to the bridge, right?
No, after I parked the car, I walked towards the bridge, and I saw the bridge guy, and then I walked away from the bridge, and I saw the 2 girls.
You came in from the Mears connector, right? The one across from the farmhouse?
Yes, or the niche's property.
So you, no, I'm eating later. So you walked in, you took a left and went down the bridge.
Correct.
First.
Yes.
And you saw this man that you described in B, correct? Right?
Yes.
On the bridge, and you said you were about 50 feet away.
Yes.
And that you had an unobstructed view. You were looking right at him.
Yes.
And that he looked at you, I think is what I saw in one of your statements.
He did look at me.
And he didn't speak to you.
No.
And that's when you referenced that you thought he was kind of youthful looking.
He looked young to me.
And I think you described him as medium or average height. Again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I think I saw both.
I said average. He didn't appear extra tall or extra short, but I had no reference to actually be able to gauge that.
You aged him at about 20 to 30 years old.
I did.
And you said he had poofy hair. Did you?
Did I use that word?
I read that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Does that sound consistent? If you don't know, you can just say, I don't know.
It might be what's described from the drawing.
Would that be incorrect to say that?
No.
And you said that he had a hood on, but it was not up, right?
I did not see the hood over his head.
You would have had a pretty good opportunity to see his face and stuff because he didn't have a hood on.
50 feet away, yes.
And you had never seen the person on the bridge before. It wasn't somebody you were familiar with.
I was not familiar with him.
Then you said, I think they asked you how you kind of got to the trail and how you left. Do you remember generally talking about that?
Yes.
And part of that was you driving by what we refer to as kind of the old DCS or CPS building, right?
Yes, the vacant building there.
And you mentioned seeing a vehicle in that lot.
When I was done walking and I left the trail, I did see a vehicle in that lot.
Do you remember how you got to the trail on the second visit, which direction you traveled?
Yes. So
I didn't.
would you like me to tell you?
Well, you said yes, and I kind of jumped ahead there. Yeah, tell me.
Okay, so I was at the library in Delphi and I was on Main Street and I drove out to the road that's called 300 North now, which is the old 25. And I turned left on that and I went underneath the new 25 and kind of around past the grain facilities and the vacant building and turned to the east and drove down across from where the farm is, the entrance to the Niche's property.
You went by the DCS building twice, on the way in and on the way out.
Yes.
On the way in, you didn't see anything parked there.
I didn't notice anything on my way in.
But on the way out, you saw a car.
I definitely did.
That definitely caught your eye.
I did.
And I think you mentioned that it was, I don't know if you used the word suspicious, but something like that, that was parked in a unique way.
Yes,
And that's one of the things that caught your eye.
it did.
What was the uniqueness about that?
It was backed in that gravel lot in a different way than other people who go there to walk would park, which was this car was parked very close to the building. Other people park on the opposite side of the gravel lot closer to the trail.
Wait, so the car she saw was parked like on the north side?
She's saying it was parked closer to the building rather than the other side of the gravel lot.
Okay. Was there anything about the location of where that car was parked that would conceal it more than the others? I'm just trying to understand the geographics.
Well, because it was backed in. You couldn't see the license plate, couldn't see the back of the car from the road.
But you could still see the car.
Yes.
It wasn't like it was behind a bush or something,
No, it wasn't behind a bush.
or any kind of obstruction.
No.
I'm kind of a car guy a little bit. I saw that you mentioned you thought it looked like a 65 Ford Comet.
I did.
Do you still feel that today?
That was my best guess at the time.
It's kind of a unique car to see that type of car in 2017. Do you generally agree with that?
Right. And the reason that I thought of it is because my dad used to have that car and the shape of it reminded me of the shape of that car. And I was trying to convey that it was a sedan to the investigator. So that's my description.
Meaning it had some fairly defined lines to it
Yes.
in terms of the way it was designed.
Yes.
And as you said, it was a four-door.
Yes.
And you said you're sure it wasn't black, white, or red, but you said it could have been blue or green.
I said it was not a bright color.
Do you remember saying that it wasn't black, white, or red?
Not exactly.
As you sit here today, do you know if it was black, white, or red?
No.
And it wasn't a hatchback. Do you remember saying that?
I didn't see a hatchback.
Is there anything more you remember about seeing that car that we haven't just talked about here in the last 2 minutes? It's not a trick question. I'm just asking. Is there anything else that you recall?
It was parked close to the building in the weeds, so that was unusual.
In the weeds?
Mm-hmm.
Describe to me what you mean by that. There's no photo of this.
This parking lot was not maintained. It used to be the parking lot for the building, and just over the years, people just pulled in there and it was gravel. There wasn't anything real.
There wasn't pavement on the lot at the time?
No.
I remember driving by it back then and seeing kind of grass consuming the building.
Right.
But it didn't even have a paved lot, huh?
No, it just looked like gravel from what I remember.
Would you ever park in that lot when you would hit the trail?
Normally, no, I wouldn't have.
Did you ever, if you recall?
I don't recall parking in that lot at that time.
Andy apparently met you before. When you came in, he mentioned that.
He was delivering the subpoena.
So just to be clear, have you talked to anybody else kind of on the defense side, if you will, other than Andy?
No.
How many times had you talked with him prior to today?
3.
Have you ever called the police and said, hey, Andy Baldwin is harassing me, or he's giving me trouble, or anything like that?
I did not complain about him to the police.
Did you want to complain about him?
That's irrelevant, isn't it?
Wow, okay. I want to be fair here. I want to get an answer. And the question is, do you think that he did anything that put pressure on you or anything like that to say something you didn't want to say?
No.
Same question with the police.
No, this is still Rosie.
Yeah, this is all still Rosie. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Just give me a second, please. Did you see anybody on the trail that day that you knew? Like, hey, I recognize that person from somewhere, even if you didn't know them personally.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so this is C. So let me go back and we'll see what. So defendant's exhibit C. Let me hand you. We talked about the Fitbit. Mr. Rosie says, I didn't have a copy of this, Stacy. Ms. Diener says, that's okay. I have several. There's several copies of this. Rosie says, let's just take a look at C. Is that the Fitbit?
Yes, it is.
Chart or graph, I should say, that you generated?
I did.
Looking at that, just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm assuming those high marks, the extended peaks, are the ones that show that you were out there getting after it on the trail, right?
Right.
Here, let's see. She's getting it after it here on the trail. And then poop here. Okay. And the first one looked like to me that you started at least walking with some intensity around 12:15. Does that look right? It's tough to tell exactly.
Yes, right around 12.
Hi, T-Dub. And then the second one we talked about earlier was around 1:45. You said 2.
Yes.
In looking at that, what's your best guess?
I think I saw the people out there around 2, but I probably started walking a little bit before that. It could have been several minutes before 2 that I actually got out of my car and started walking.
I don't have anything further. Do you have anything? And then Mr. Baldwin says, I have a few. So now we're on Andy questioning the witness, Betsy Blair. Okay. I was wondering about, I'll call it a circuit. We've been out there obviously and walked it from the Freedom Bridge side and then from what we call the Mears entrance side where you were. I just kind of wanted to go through, well, one question I have, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all, but I would like to go walk that with you just like you did for the prosecution. Would you be willing to do that just so I can have a better idea of where you thought you saw the girls at what point? Because that's been a source of confusion for us. We've tried to time it out and stuff. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes.
If the answer is no, that's totally fine. God damn, Andy.
Yes, unless somebody tells me not to.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Do you remember, like, in detail, like, where you parked in that Mears lot entrance? Like, which side of it? There's not a whole lot of room, but...
At that time, when you pulled in, there was like 2 or 3 slots to the right. So when you pull in, you basically do a little right turn and angle in there. So I would have parked like that.
How many vehicles do you think could have parked there?
Maybe 3.
Did you see any other vehicles there at the Mears entrance when you got there?
No.
As you're walking down that little pathway to get to the main trail, by my count, it's about a minute. I'm probably slower than you are. Did you get a sense or a feel like anybody was parking behind you as you were walking?
I did not. And that's important because that would have been Kelsey parking and then the girls getting out, right?
Right.
Okay. I did not.
And then you turned left, and that takes however long it takes. Where was the person on the bridge, also known as Bridge Guy? Where was he on the bridge?
Oh, she's about to fuck everybody up, confuse them. He was on the south side of the bridge on one of those little platforms. It was the first platform on the right, so it was about 50 feet out from the edge.
I only got to go out there once. I think they probably put up barriers and things like that. Was there any barrier back in 2017? Did you have to climb over anything to get on the bridge? Or could you just like walk right on? Nobody even notices that she said south side of the bridge. Nobody's noticed it yet.
I always back in people. I back into my own driveway too.
I back in my own driveway.
There was a barrier there for vehicles, but you could walk around the barrier and get on the bridge easily.
Did you ever get on that bridge?
Yes.
Was the guy on the platform, there's no railings on that side of the platform? Is there?
No railings.
Was he closer to the riverside or to the track side, if that makes sense? Or was he in the middle?
Well, the platform sticks out from the main track area.
Right.
So my best description is it like sticks out a couple of feet further away from the rail towards the water.
Was he like closer to the edge toward the water or closer to the edge toward the railroad or the track or the bridge?
I don't know.
Was there something about him that caught your eye that made you remember him?
He looked at me. He stared at me for a moment and then looked away like he was interested. Then he was not interested, was the feeling I got.
And then did you, when his gaze, G-A-Z-E, left your gaze, is that when you turned around, or did you kind of look at him for a little bit?
I don't know why this is redacted, but like, it's funny that he didn't, like, my gaze met your gaze. He felt the need to spell it.
When his gaze, like, not
like, get it? Like my G-A-Y-S met your G-A-Y-S.
Yeah, my gaze, like, met your gaze.
Yeah, so he spelled it.
Shout out to the gaze. With his gaze, like he brought all of his gaze with him.
Yeah.
And they like met up. Gaze for due process.
I mean, whatever. I mean, you know.
Look at Andy.
All right, so that's redacted, and then that's you.
Okay, so what? So why is this redacted? Okay, kind of near where the mirrors, like when you walk out from where you parked, when you come there, is that kind of where that is? I mean, I can just go back and look at it. I don't think it's too far from there. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, so.
I don't know the history of that property. I only knew it as it was Anisha's property. That was the access road. I know it used to be a farm property, but when you say the Mears Road.
Well, that's what because it's the Mears property. That's what we call it. That's why I wanted to make sure we're talking the same language. So I called it the Mears where you parked. We call it that the Mears entrance. Is that what you called the Nietzsche's entrance?
Yes.
All right, we're talking the same language. So go down the Nietzsche's. I'll use your language since you're a guest. Go down the Nietzsche's. And then when you get to the end of that, you can turn left to go to the main trail there. You can also go straight down to the.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying that you saw the girls between the turnaround there at the high bridge, and before you got to that Nietzsche's point where you can go down the road or turn right and go back down to your car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was it closer to, do you think you saw them closer to the turnaround or closer to the Nietzsche's area or somewhere in between? I know these are unfair questions. Why are they unfair, Andy? They're fine. They're just questions.
What's unfair is that while this was taking place, somebody that was innocent was sitting in prison being tortured. I don't know. I can show you where I think I saw them. It looks different now because they did a bunch of brush clearing and stuff.
What was your route then once you passed those girls? What was your route then?
So after I passed them, I went back to that trail junction and went down the trail to the Nisha's property to like the edge of where it really drops off. And I turned around and I came back to the trail junction, went back on the main trail. I turned left and went in the direction of the Freedom Bridge. And I walked like to the tree line, which is right before you get to the big plaza there. And then I turned around and then I came back on that trail and turned left onto the little
trail to your car?
trail to my car.
Okay, so hold on. I want to reread this real quick. Hold on really quick.
I think
Susie.
you just need to draw this.
Yeah, hold on really quick.
Mm-hmm. Like, I wonder why they didn't have her, like, you had Susan fucking Case sit there and draw arrows and circle cameras and all that kind of stuff, but we can't get Betsy to, like, show us on a map exactly where she walked and where she saw them. What is going on? Yeah, we're still here. I was reading something, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, but I don't think I'll be figuring that out.
Sorry, my daughter's getting ready to go to a sleepover, so I was talking to her
Okay.
before she got taken there. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so I passed them. Okay, so after I passed them, I went back to that trail junction and went down the trail to the Nietzsche's property to like the edge of where it really drops off. And I turned around and I came back to the trail junction, went back on the main trail. So she goes down the other trail. Okay, I turned left because she's coming back up and went in the direction of Freedom Bridge. And I walked like to the tree line, which is right before you get to the big plaza there. And then I turned around and then I came back on that trail and turned left onto the little. Okay. Okay.
So now you're supposed to be visualizing it as we speak.
I am. I'm visualizing it. Does she ends up drawing it though? That ends up being one of the exhibits, right?
That's what all I said.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that's this. So I'll bring it up when we get there. Otherwise, I was just going to pull up my map to kind of show you guys. But okay, I'm visualizing it as you speak. I think I understand it, but I do get a little bit confused. You said you passed the girls, and then the next thing was what was confusing to me. What was the next thing you did? You said you turned.
I went to the trail junction and I turned left.
Is that the path that takes you to Deer Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And then you turned around and came up.
Mm-hmm.
And then you went toward the Freedom Bridge.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think I got it now. And then did you ever go back to the bridge, the high bridge after?
No, I didn't.
So on that trip, you just went there one time?
Correct.
What color was the hair of the guy on the bridge?
Brown.
I'm going to show you a photo. I just want to know if the car that you saw looked like this. If the answer is no, that's great. Why is that great? If the answer is yes, that's also great. Just let her fucking answer. The truth is what's great. Okay, good job, Andy. So, and it's Exhibit D. And that is this one.
Oh, you know whose car that is, don't you?
That's Mike Patty's car.
Can you rotate it? I'm an idiot for not having rotated it. I'm trying to catch that.
I don't know how to do that on here. I probably can. Let me see. I don't really use this. I mean, I haven't used this for very long, so
I don't even see what you are, like what you're doing. I don't even know what are you even in?
it's a Wondershare PDF editor.
Oh.
It goes with my video editor. So I was trying it out, and then I haven't really used it. So I don't really know. I don't really know how to do stuff on it yet.
I don't either. But you can zoom in though, right? You figured that one out?
Yeah, I know how to zoom in.
So zoom in some. It's funny because
there's obviously a way to do it, but
wait a minute. What hold on.
haha, fucking DB. Why you got to know all the things? There you go. I rotated it.
I knew he'd know that. Look at that. Okay, so now zoom in.
Thank you, all eyes.
So,
Sorry. Thank you.
okay, so this is the picture that Baldwin is showing Betsy right now. And he says, I just want to know if the car that you saw looked like this. Okay.
Okay.
And then, oh, fuck, she doesn't get to answer right away, of course, because he's got more to say. But looking at that, keep that in mind.
Okay, so I handed you Exhibit D or scooted it across the table. Does that look in any way like the car you saw at the CPS lot?
It has more of the shape that I was describing.
I also wanted to show you and see if you remember this. Do you remember making a profile of the vehicle for the police, sketching that?
I remember that.
Have you seen that in a while?
Not since whenever that was.
So this will be E, which we have this. We have this in just our regular exhibits. For like how she showed it was blocky.
Mm-hmm.
We rotate that.
Now go back to the other one. Another one. I wish they'd have got a better fucking picture of that, of Mike Patty's car, because I know it exists, and they could have got one that was more of a profile, like a side profile,
I'm pretty sure that's the picture that from the news, no?
or the documentary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's
I also wanted to show you, see if you remember this. Okay, I remember that. Have you seen that in a while?
not since whenever that was.
This will be E. So take a look at that. When you're done looking at it, just let me know and I'll ask a question.
Yes,
Do you remember making that sketch?
I do.
Is that kind of the profile of the vehicle that you saw at the CPS lot?
Yes, that's what I was describing.
I've watched the video of the 2019. That's when you met with some people, law enforcement. I could be totally wrong on this. I just wanted to clear this up. Was there some irritation with you toward the police in any way in 2019? Like, why are you not using this? Why have you put that sketch out there, something along those lines? Maybe I misread. I'm watching it. I'm totally misreading it.
I don't remember this conversation you're describing.
Well, it was more of a vibe.
Okay. Jesus Christ, Andy.
Was there any irritation that you had that your sketch was not, I guess this is the better way of asking it, was there any irritation you had with law enforcement that they had not released your sketch?
They told me at some point they were going to release it. And I may have said something like, I wondered if you were going to release it, or I was wondering when you're going to release it. I do not recall.
How much are you paying attention to all the stuff going on in this case?
You mean the news?
Yeah, the news.
If I see something about it, I'll read it. I don't actively search for it.
I think one thing that I had told you was that we were going to be releasing, your name would be coming out at some point in time.
Correct.
Did you read any of the big memorandum that came out on September 18th? Did you read anything?
The one that included my name?
Yes.
I did read it.
Was there anything on there that you disagreed with that was written that you remember?
I don't remember about that part. So what I remember thinking about it was, why are there juveniles' names being released? That's what I remember about it. Give me a fucking break.
You gotta be kidding me.
That sounds like something straight from Dickolas's mouth.
What juveniles? What juveniles were released? What juveniles' names were released?
Did they? Surely they brought up Rayleigh Voorhees and stuff.
Doesn't matter. 2023, she was not a minor. She was not a juvenile. None of those people that were at that trail, none of those people were juveniles in 2023 when that memorandum came out.
So basically, he's saying, is there anything on there that you disagreed with? And she basically says the only thing she disagreed with or thought about was, why were the juveniles' names being released?
There's no juveniles in 2023.
But as far as everything else, keep going.
But as far as the facts that were related to you and what you observed or didn't observe, did you say, well, that's just not true, that's inaccurate?
No, I wasn't thinking that at the time.
Okay, I don't think I have anything else. Then Rosie comes back in. Rosie says, I'm sitting here just sketching. I'm probably the least educated about your lap on the trail.
I bet.
But I bet. I'm going to just hand this to you so I don't have to wonder about this anymore. I'm marking this rough sketch as defendants. What is this? Diener says E, no F. Rosie says, thank you. Can I sketch over here? Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, so she doesn't draw a sketch. He does.
Rosie drew this.
This is funny. Okay, so here's High Bridge. There's the, I don't know, what did he mark that as? Mickey?
He'll probably
Oh,
say
Nietzsche's.
it.
He said Nietzsche's.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Freedom Bridge. Yes. Yes, Rosie, this looks good. And there's 300 North. Good job. I think it's just fucking funny that she said, I bet. Yeah,
But he
Rosie,
drew it perfectly, didn't he?
He did a good job.
So.
Oh, she sketched the vehicle in one of her interviews, but during this, he actually sketches the trail. Right here, basically at the top of this, is just what I've roughly labeled the High Bridge, at least where that starts. And then there's a connector here. We call it the Mears connector in the middle in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Is this what you're considering the Nietzsche's trail or access?
Yes.
300 would be kind of right here, right?
Yes.
Would this be the CPS building to the bottom of the page and this being the cemetery out to the top? Is that fair?
Correct. So you flipped it. You have to flip it back to
But
view it.
Dill doesn't even have.
So he's saying at the top would be the cemetery.
And over here would be the CPS.
Correct.
Okay. I know this is not perfectly coordinated.
Yes.
So this would be the Nietzsche's trail, this short connector trail.
Yes.
Put an X where you parked, if you would.
Oh, does she have an X?
Right here.
Let me see. I zoom in on it.
Is that an X?
I literally can't see anything other than like his arrows. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is that an X? Right here.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
See? Right here, right here. Well, because he's got these little dotted lines. And then here's.
We don't know what those are for yet. I don't guess.
No.
Okay.
And then there's this like an X.
Oh,
here.
maybe she's marking the different parking spots. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. We don't know yet.
This is a fucked up picture. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. So right there. Okay. So she puts the X. So put an X where you parked, if you would.
I don't remember where. It was probably in the middle.
You actually used to park right on the trail back in the day?
No, but I say there's like room for 2 or 3 cars and I would pull in. It was kind of like they were slanted like this.
Oh, there you go. So now they're slanted like this.
Mm-hmm.
So the X is here. This is Nietzsche's. Niches.
Which is Mears.
Which is really Mears. And so she's like, kind of slanted like this. There were actually like some kind of semi-designed or designated parking.
It's where people parked.
I have no ability to recall any of this because I didn't see it in that situation.
Right.
So then when you came into the trail, when you got to the main trail, you would have went to your left, right? Correct?
Correct.
Down to the High Bridge.
Correct.
And then you would have turned around at the High Bridge.
Correct.
And started walking back this way.
Right.
Back toward the Freedom Bridge, which is now the Freedom Bridge.
Yes.
Somewhere in here, on kind of where this connector and the main trail connect, there's a trail that goes down to the water.
Yes, straight across here.
Okay, so I think it goes at an angle, right? It winds around.
It turns.
I think Andy called this the 505 earlier, but you've not heard of that expression?
I don't know what that is.
Isn't there a sign? I'm pretty sure there's a sign on the trail that says it. What do you call that trail?
The Nietzsche's trail.
It's an extension of the access point?
Right.
So then tell me where you would have gone once you were coming back from the High Bridge.
When I was coming back, then I turned onto the Nietzsche's trail.
Okay.
And then I went down a little ways and I turned around and I came back.
Not to the bottom.
Not to the bottom.
So then you would have wound back around and went back up toward the main trail?
Right.
Then where?
Then I came here and I turned left on the main trail.
Back to the junction and then take the left to go toward what is now the Freedom Bridge.
Correct.
And then where?
I turned around before I actually got to the Freedom Bridge, and I came back here to this intersection, and I turned left and I got in my car.
Okay. So she parks her car over in the Nietzsche's/Mears parking lot, comes in, goes this way. Oh, hold on. Goes
You can
this way
zoom back
to the
out.
High Bridge.
Okay.
Goes this way towards the High Bridge, comes back, makes a left, goes down here, turns around, comes back up, then makes another left, turns towards the Freedom Bridge, doesn't go to the plaza, turns around, comes back, goes back towards the parking lot and leaves.
Okay, so where does she see the girls?
Which girls? Our girls? The Libby
Yes.
and Abby?
Mhm.
Supposedly right about here. So she's on her way back, and literally, like how the arrows are, is kind of how she would be passing them too, even though this is her path. So she is at the bridge, she turns around, and the girls are walking toward the bridge at that time.
But it was right by the parking lot?
So about halfway between the parking lot and the High Bridge. Right here.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Sorry. Keep reading though.
Okay.
Because he literally asks her.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting because that's what her statement was.
And you would have seen the girls approximately where. That's where you're at.
In this section.
No, in this section.
Oh, and you would have seen the girls approximately where? She said in this section. Somewhere between the High Bridge and Nietzsche's intersection.
Correct.
But you're not sure where.
Right.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So basically, but wait, she said that she went like with the prosecution to show where she saw them.
Right, but it's still just it's just in between. She just says as she turned around, she was coming back towards the junction here, and she sees
but
two
my point
girls
is
matching the description of the two missing girls.
My point is, like, I just feel like if they were close to the bridge, first of all, where did that guy go? If he's not in the picture from 207, where did he go? If he was already on the bridge before 207. But then I didn't know that she like came back from the High Bridge, saw the girls, and then went down another path and then down another way instead of just leaving. So like how much time did all that take for her to go down like almost to the water, then go towards High Bridge, then turn back around?
Well, she doesn't leave there until after, like 2:15, I think, is when she supposedly leaves there.
So basically right after they got abducted and she was right there, she didn't hear anything?
No.
And still, my question is, she saw him, turned around, saw the girls, then they would have ran basically right into him. And then they get on the bridge and start crossing, and then they take that picture at 207 and there's nobody behind them. Where he would have been, where he was standing when Betsy saw him.
Right. That's always been the issue. Is where did he go? Where did her guy go for the amount of time that it took for the girls to come out onto the platform or to come out onto the bridge, and he would have still been on the platform.
Right. And also,
so people who think Richard Allen is guilty believe that he started to follow Betsy Blair, and then so let me go back to the map here. So Betsy Blair starts coming this way, and Bridge Guy starts coming this way, following Betsy Blair. Then the girls are there, and then they see each other. So he sees the girls here. They go out on the bridge, and then he turns around and he follows them out onto the bridge. So when the first picture with Abby's taken, he hasn't entered the bridge yet. He's still back here by Betsy Blair.
But Betsy didn't notice that the person she just saw, who
Correct.
saw her, was following her.
That's the theory. Yes.
I think that's garbage. That's a garbage
Well,
theory.
I
Sorry.
agree with you, but that's the theory of why Bridge Guy that Betsy Blair saw is not there, because he was following Betsy Blair.
I'm much more inclined to believe that Bridge Guy, when the girls got on the bridge on the north side, that somebody was walking from the south side to the north side. So that basically Bridge Guy and the girls, when the girls got on the bridge, were on opposite sides of the bridge. They would not be able to see each other. They wouldn't know somebody else was on the bridge. They'd be out of sight. They're crossing the bridge. He's crossing the bridge to where they're eventually going to converge in the middle. Libby takes the photo of Abby, which I still find incredibly suspicious since it's nowhere in the fucking phone, but whatever. She takes this picture and you can't see nobody behind her, which would make sense if Bridge Guy was still on the other side of the bridge. They probably didn't even see each other yet. And then we take the picture. We start walking some more. Eventually, we cross paths with this guy who's walking in the opposite direction. So look at your thing right here. Pretend all that other shit is not there. To the left side would be Abby and Libby getting on the bridge and walking towards the right. And on the right side would be this Bridge Guy on the bridge walking towards the left. And they're so far away from each other that they would not even know that each other were on the bridge yet. They eventually meet after she takes the picture at 2:07, but before she takes the video at 2:13, right?
Uh-huh.
And he sees them, passes them, is looking down the bridge, doesn't see anybody else coming down the bridge, knows that nobody was back on the other side because he just came from there. So he turns around and starts following them from the bridge, on the bridge. Perhaps him turning around, I still don't think that she sounds frightened in the video, but let's pretend that she was. I would think that something that would cause her to become a little suspicious might be the fact that this person was walking and they were all minding their own business and all of a sudden he turned around. Because why would he turn around to walk the same way he just came from? Oh, see? You would pull up the whole bridge after I went on that long rant.
It took a while for it to load. Sorry. Okay, so my thought is, if this is Daniel Pearson.
First of all, show them how long the bridge is.
Well, it's kind of wonky in here, but I mean, because
it's so fucking long, and you can't see somebody you cannot see somebody walking right here from the other side.
Well, my theory still is that the guy in the video is coming from the south side of the bridge.
I 100% believe that the guy that's in the video and not the photo came from the south side of the bridge.
I agree.
And he passed them. He
turned around.
And this person, so everybody was always like, okay, so let's just say that the person that Betsy Blair saw on the bridge was Richard Allen. Okay. You mean to tell me that Betsy, this group of 4 girls, they all see this person who's never committed a crime before in his life. He knows he's seen by them, looks Betsy Blair in her eyes, and then proceeds to kill somebody anyway?
Right.
That makes no sense. But if he came from the south side, he would not have run into the 4 girls or Betsy Blair. So he essentially would think that he hadn't been seen by anyone if he approached from the south side.
Exactly.
So it's possible that the actual bridge guy, nobody's ever even seen him apart from in the video.
Exactly what I think. That is exactly what I think.
Because you would think that a normal person who's never committed a crime before is seen by 5, no less than 5 people, would be a little bit hesitant to proceed with a murder, a double murder. after having been seen by all those people and spoken to by those people and looked in the eye of those people. That makes absolutely no sense. But one singular person coming from the South Side, again, like I said, would not have run into, been spoken to by any of the no less than 5 people. There's just no way that you're convincing me that it makes more sense that Bridge Guy came from the North Side. And
I'm
hours
definitely not going to
before,
try to convince you of that because I don't believe that. I don't believe he came from the North Side.
no,
I
and
think he
hours
came from the
before,
South Side. And I think there's
before,
at least 2 other people on the South Side there's a triangulation of people that are there, and the
talk
girls
about the
have no
people,
way to go anywhere else.
talk about the creepy guy that they saw hours before, that they never
Right.
saw before on the South Side of the bridge. Teresa Liebert saw some kind of creepy motherfucker piddling around in the bushes, being a weirdo, hours and hours earlier that morning.
Yes.
That he dipped into he disappeared into the brush towards the south side of the bridge.
Somebody asked where the parking lot is. I don't know which parking lot you're asking for, but this is the one that they're talking about. The Mears / Nietzsche's. I don't know why this is Mears property right here. This is that parking lot. And then over here would be the CPS parking lot, if that's what you're talking about. This is where we believe that Richard Allen actually parked, is over here. Betsy Blair, coming back after pooping for her 3rd lap, sees the 4 juvenile girls walking across the bridge. And it's apparent to her that it's 4, but yet when Richard Allen says it's 3, he must mean 4. So
if Angela's
was she
still in
walking
here,
or
she
running?
probably remembers, or maybe somebody else does, the exact time that car is seen going to Brad Weber to the private drive and then turning around and leaving. Does anybody remember that exact time?
Are we talking about the white car?
The one on camera, yeah.
That's at 2:05, I believe.
Okay.
2:08, Shabug
208
says.
does sound familiar. Okay, so if that's the case, that's just enough time to have gotten dropped off at the bottom of the bridge on the private drive and hiked it up the little hill to enter the bridge from the south side.
Yes. Well, I mean, it would take them a little while. They'd have to. We don't know how far up this car goes.
We have the time that it goes in and the time that it comes out.
Okay. Well, I mean, how long is it going to take for? But do we know how far the car goes up into the private drive?
No, you can just estimate based on the amount of time it takes them to drive in and drive back out.
Tell me those times.
Fuck, by the time I find it, I'm looking.
That's fine. We'll do it. We can do it another time because we're already 5 hours into this one. So we can do this. We can do this on a different live too, and talk about this because
207.
2:07 is when it's going in.
And then 20. Is it 207?
2:08
208
is when it's coming out.
Okay, the white car pulls into the private drive. Are you still there?
Yep.
At 2:07:26 and comes out at 2:08:02.
Okay, 2:07:26.
And then comes out at 2:08:02.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
So like
36 seconds.
Yeah. So now we need to know how far you can drive in that.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure I can figure that out. But
Let's say 15 seconds down, 15 seconds back, or 16 seconds down, 16 seconds back, something like that.
yeah, it's not going to be very long. And then you have Logan's phone pinging over there too.
Yes.
It's now or never, guys. That's it. We must do all things on this live and this live alone.
We
Yeah.
have, how many? We have like 12 pages left. That was a quick 5 hours.
That was a really quick fight. I actually didn't know that until I looked at it. So, I mean, yeah, definitely get up here and then back relatively quickly. I don't know if I would be able to do that in 30 seconds, but this is where Julie needs to come in. Where's Julie? She would know exactly how long that would take.
And you don't necessarily need to go like all the way.
You have to get pretty close, otherwise the person's going to have to walk, and they have to be already down here into the bridge to be able to turn around. You know what I mean? Like,
he could have turned around right before the video started.
I think he's turning around in the video.
Yeah.
Which is ironic.
Right at the end of the bridge.
I think he's turning around in the video. I think what you see in that little weird step is him turning around.
So I don't know what the entirety of the private drive looks like, because I wonder if there's like a wide spot before the bridge where someone would stop to let somebody out so they could then turn around in the wide spot.
Truth Seeker, who do you want a picture of? I definitely think that's enough time to drop off somebody that they can come up that way, and then it's like, okay, I'll meet you around the other side over here. Okay, let's get back over here. Dig into more of that later. Let's finish this bad boy up.
Okay, so you're at 17.
17. Okay. Would you sign? I don't know why I saw a lawyer ask somebody to sign one of these. Would you just sign that so you can acknowledge that you directed me to had this, please?
I'm signing.
Thank you. I don't have anything else. Mr. Baldwin says, I don't have anything either. Mr. Roy says, do you want her to review? Okay.
What?
Why we can't know whatever that is. I'll probably review her something in her videos, I would assume, from her interviews.
But now we don't even know who's continuing this. We don't even know who's asking these questions. So yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what attorney this is. Maybe we can figure out by the questions. And so is the front of that vehicle facing directly toward County Road 300, or how would you describe it since we don't have a building?
It was at a right angle. So this is like 300, and then the car was facing directly towards the county road.
Okay, so the car was facing directly towards the county road. So then, okay, now, see, then that makes it so that the car is facing. See, that's what weird to me. So the car is facing the county road. This is 300 north. So it's backed up over here. This is what I was asking earlier about it being the north side of the building. How is the car backed up to the building, but facing County Road 300 north?
Well, if you're backed into it, you're still facing 300 north.
If I'm backed into it, I'm not facing 300 north. I'm facing over here. 300 north's over here.
Well, it looks
looks
like it's kind of on a diagonal.
Yeah, but okay, so I guess if I back up like this, I guess I'm facing 300 north that way.
Correct.
I guess.
You'd be facing 300 north.
I believe you. It was at a right angle. Okay. And the building was before the car or after the car as you drive by? Building is
It was
at, so
after. It was further away than the car.
how close was the car to the building?
It was very close. There was a door there, an entrance of some sort, and it was maybe 10 feet.
Between where the person would exit the car and
Why
actually
didn't
where the
this?
building
What?
was located?
Why wouldn't this person kidnap them or whatever and then bring them to this abandoned building?
I don't know.
Yes.
That would have been the driver's side based on what you described.
Yes.
Was that area by the building, you said it was not a well-kept parking space? So what was around the car in that area?
Weeds and some bushes by the building.
Hold on 1 second. 177. It's Diener.
Okay. Wonder why we weren't allowed to know that.
I don't know. Is this where I am? Was that the area by the building? You said it was not a well-kept parking space, so what was
Yeah,
around
woods
the
and some bushes by the building, and then you're
Okay,
below
so
that.
you were asked if it had a hatchback. Could you see the backside of the vehicle?
No.
Actually, in reference to Defendant's Exhibit D, this is the backside of a vehicle that you were being asked to compare to what you saw that day. Is that right?
Right.
But that's not a part of the vehicle that you saw on February 13th
Right.
of 2017?
Right.
Were the weeds high enough that they're obstructing part of the view?
No, it was like maybe knee high.
There may have been some changes to the trail since the day of this incident. Would you agree?
Yes.
Is one of those changes that the location of your turnaround does not look the same?
Correct.
At the high bridge we're talking about?
Yes.
What's the difference about it now versus that day?
On that day, there was a barricade painted orange made of trail, very heavy steel, and it basically blocked the trail. And if you wanted to go around to the bridge, you would go around the end of that barricade. It was permanently installed there.
When we walked on it this past week, there's a difference between where the barricade would be and where the improved trail now ends. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So the place where you turned around that had the orange barricade, was it much closer than the current turnaround would be if you did not go on the official high bridge?
The barricade was probably 10 feet or maybe a little further from the actual edge of the bridge.
So it was closer.
It was closer.
You can now walk further without being on the full rail.
Right.
On the day of the incident, the Freedom Bridge existed as it exists today, did it not?
Yes.
On your Fitbit exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit C, have you used Fitbit for a long time to track your walking at the time you were doing all of this exercise?
I'd been using it a couple of years when I recorded this.
And with regard to the vertical bars that are taller,
Mm-hmm.
do those correlate to when you're walking on the trail?
Yes.
And in your experience in using the Fitbit in your own practice, does each bar represent a period of time?
Each bar is 15 minutes. Well, the maximum amount would be 15 minutes. So if I was walking a consistent amount of time and the Fitbit was recording it, the most it would record on the highest bar would be 15 minutes.
Well, I see that the height is what has been marked as a step.
Yes.
Did you participate in someone figuring out that the height of that is actually talking about maybe the number of steps completed?
It's the number of steps in that 15-minute period.
So the notations across the bottom that are time.
Right.
So a particular bar at a spot running horizontally is a 15-minute time span?
Correct.
And in that 15-minute time span, the height of the bar indicates
The number of steps.
the speed or in relationship to steps?
If the bar is higher, then I would have been walking faster.
Okay, no other questions. So Rosie comes back in, and Rosie says, so when you saw this car, you said you saw the front of it and part of the side of it.
Correct.
Passenger side or driver's side?
The passenger side.
And one thing I think you mentioned was that the lines were defined, the lines of the vehicle.
The shape, it kind of stood out to me.
It wasn't a curvature shape or anything. It was kind of
Right. It was more angular than curved.
some distinct angles would be a way of describing that.
Yes.
Let's talk about the bridge. When you got to the bridge, just tell me back then in 2017, did you walk from gravel onto wood planks? Like, was that literally the transition or was it pavement to planks? Just tell me what it was like back then.
The trail that was there was gravel, and then the step onto the bridge, that's where the wood part was.
So from gravel to wood.
Right.
That was the transition?
There's this concrete thing at the end of the bridge that's part of the bridge structure. So that was there, and then that's what held up that end.
How close were you to that concrete structure, which I'm going to assume is the start of the bridge, basically?
Yes.
When you turned around, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet?
Turned around at the barricade, which I believe was like 10 feet from the edge of the bridge.
From the concrete?
Right.
Okay. I don't have anything else. And Baldwin pipes in and says, like, when does this end? I have one more question. Okay, Baldwin. Coming in on that last trip before you parked at the niches, you said that you didn't. I want to be clear on whether you saw it. You didn't see a vehicle at the CPS lot on your way, or you didn't notice a vehicle.
I didn't see one.
So you don't think there was a vehicle there at that time?
No, I don't think so.
When you finished your walk after seeing Bridge Guy, after seeing the two girls, you got back in your car. Then you went past it, and then you saw this car.
Correct.
That's all. Rosie says, so she's going to type all this up, and you have two options. Neither one is a wrong answer. Either you can review it and make sure she typed it up accurately and sign it, or you can trust that she'll type it up accurately and review it.
What do you usually do?
Look, it isn't a test. Do you just want to have it sent to you so you can review it and sign it?
Sure.
He's like, this isn't a test. Do you want the fucking paper or not? I don't really get what you do. I don't fucking care. Just do it. Okay, so this is interesting. I did learn a couple things about her little travel trip over here, and then I'm trying to figure out this whole parking thing. Because, again, if the car is parked
She
like
said it was
this,
backed in and she saw the passenger side. That doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense at all.
She would only see the passenger side if it was pulled in normal.
And why doesn't anybody ask her if she saw a car there when she went to poop?
She didn't, and she didn't see one when she came back.
I only saw that they asked her about when she left, when she okay, hold on. Maybe I'm asking the wrong question.
You're saying when she went to the library, was there a car there?
Was there ever a car there?
Not until she left for the whole day.
Okay. And it's backed in. The only way that would make sense is if, and with her whole entire statement, I'm telling you, is if it's backed in over here.
So maybe it was.
That she would be able to, coming this way, she would see the passenger side of the car and know that it was backed in and it's facing 300 north. Like she said, it was kind of at an angle. So, I mean, I guess it could be kind of like that. But this way just doesn't make sense. I mean,
well, wait, back up the map. Scroll down. Did she turn left there to go to town?
She goes up here and turns left to go to town.
Oh.
Like this is all just the walking trails.
Oh.
This is that little plaza they put in for Freedom Bridge.
Can you see over there from Freedom Bridge or the plaza?
Yeah, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So weren't the girls there?
The four girls?
Yeah.
Yeah, they walked back this way.
So did they see a car?
Well, depends on who you ask, but not in court. No, nobody in court or any court documents say they did, but there are people on the internet who say that they did. Can you Can you show me where the camera is on the private drive? Oh, yeah, I can show you. The one that captures him coming in?
Yeah, it's not on the private drive, but
It's,
that's to the left is the private drive.
yeah, here's the private drive. Now I'm trying, what is that, Dissinger's, right?
Yeah.
I'm almost positive it's at, now it's like taken back, like it's not over at Sandifer's. It's not Sandifer's, it's at Dissinger's house, I believe.
Yes.
Camera here. Camera at this house, facing forward, captures this area. It wasn't I was thinking it was Sandifer's, but I'm like, I don't know why. I can't, like, it's definitely, was it Sandifer's house? Because I want to say it was Sandifer's house. You guys are both saying it's Sandifer's house, and that's what I wanted to say too. But then I was like, that doesn't make sense to me. Now that I'm looking at it, it was. If you guys are all saying it's Sandifer's, then obviously I said it was Sandifer's at some point, and that makes more sense because that's what my memory wants to say.
Hold on.
And it was Sandifer's. It's this house. Yeah, that's what I want to say too. It's just been a long time since I've thought about it or talked about it. The
Camera's
Dissinger's
on
down
6:5.
Sandifer's house. You guys are all saying that's Sandifer's house, so I'm going that it's Sandifer's house too. So let me see if I can get a better angle right there. If the girl saw a car, it would have been at 2:15 when Voorhees said she left. So do you guys remember this picture? Let me see. Can I find it? Can I find it? Right here. No. When Brandon Woodhouse and Mark Robert Cohen were talking to each other. I've got to find the picture. One of them sends a photo in their chat that is of the girl, of the other girls supposedly on Freedom Bridge taking a selfie, and it zoomed in to see the CPS building behind it. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. Do I not have a Brandon Woodhouse folder? I guess I don't.
Oh, it is Sandifer's.
It is Sandifer's, right? Okay. That's good. Good to know. Does anybody remember that? Do you guys remember that?
I don't even remember what the question is. I was reading.
In the chat between Brandon Woodhouse and Mark Robert Cohen, when
I
they
have
were,
all of those.
I have them too. There's a picture that one of them sends to the other, and it's supposedly a picture of like Bree Wilbur on the Freedom Bridge. It's a selfie where she's like zoomed in, and you can see the CPS building behind it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, here. Oh, yeah. Okay, here. Go in your messenger.
I think I closed that. Let me open it back up.
I think that I think what you're talking about is on the first page.
Somebody asking about the SUV with stickers. Is somebody asking about that? The SUV with stickers is Betsy Blair's. If somebody asked about that. I see somebody kind of talking about it. I'm trying to do like multiple things and it's not really working out to my advantage.
Pull it up. I think the one you're talking about is the first page. If it's not, that's all their things that were on Woodhouse's YouTube. So if that's where you saw it, then it's in there.
It's definitely in that. It's in those messages. Yeah, that's it. It's right there. Yeah, hold on. Let me bring it over here. Yeah, that's it. This one right here. You guys remember this? No?
That would be Brandon. They look like they're on the left side, so that would be Brandon sending it to Mark.
Yeah, Bryden Sandiford. So the Sandifers that's a whole nother big topic. I mean, the Sandifers are Travis Sandifer, which is Bryden's uncle, is also outed and was friends with Brad Holder. Bryden Sandifer was invited to go out to the trails that day with the girls, but he was at the cousin's house, Josh Lake Jr.'s, I believe. So Bryden was friends with the girls and was talking to them. He was invited to go out with the cousin and also Max Schnoberger. That's how we always said that people knew the girls were going to the bridge just because like Becky didn't know the girls were planning on going to the bridge. The girls' plan was always to go to the bridge because they were inviting people to meet them there the night before.
You know what's funny here that I'm looking at? Because I forgot about these pictures or these screenshots. It's been a while. Woodhouse says to Mark, I think the young sketch is Logan Maxwell.
Yeah.
He then sends the picture of him. And Mark says, he looks fucking evil as fuck. And Woodhouse says, he was talking with Libby online, exchanged pictures. Was seen walking on 300 around 4 by Sarah Carbaugh and Tara German.
Yep.
And then he includes a photo of a Facebook comment that Tara German made about seeing Libby, or that Libby had been chatting with him, blah, blah, blah. But I don't see anything here about Sarah Carbaugh having seen him, Logan, at 4 o'clock, which is when she said to have seen old bridge guy on the road. So where is he pulling that she saw Logan Maxwell walking on 300 around 4 o'clock?
Because speculation in Facebook groups, unless he has more information, that was always something that was considered back in the day, was because we know that he was walking there because Tara German says she saw him. That's
where did he get Sarah Carbaugh?
What?
Where did he get Sarah Carbaugh saw him at on 300 walking around 4?
What do you mean?
It says was seen walking on 300 around 4 by Sarah Carbaugh and Tara German.
Yeah.
So then he included the thing of Tara German's comment where she doesn't mention Sarah Carbaugh at all, but says that she saw him walking whatever. But where is he pulling Sarah Carbaugh seeing him on 300 North?
Well, we knew that Sarah Carbaugh was the witness that saw Muddy Bloody Guy on 300 North. I don't know if, obviously he lives there and he could be talking to lots of people, so I don't know where he's
Right.
getting it from, but I can tell you that in Facebook groups, we had talked about Sarah Carbot actually seeing Logan Maxwell and not seeing, like, or not necessarily seeing Bridge Guy, but seeing Logan Maxwell, which is who Tara German also saw. So I know that was talked about, like, in Facebook groups. I don't know where he got the information because, like I said, he lives there. I mean, he could have talked to all kinds of people.
Right.
And then people thought they searched, but that was the weird thing because they searched the dad's house. They searched Logan Maxwell's dad's house, and people were like, well, that's because they thought Logan still lived there. But Logan had actually bought a house. Logan Maxwell bought a house like a year prior. The other thing is that Logan Maxwell worked at Walmart, and I cannot remember for the life of me if it was the Monticello or the Lafayette Walmart. I'll have to go back in my notes and see, which would be the same place that Libby was at, or Abby was at, buying stuff with her grandpa. And then remember, Libby tells her friends that she's talking to some 18-year-old guy online. So, I mean, to say that Brandon Woodhouse, I mean, obviously we know that he's, he's not all quite there anymore, but I'm telling you, that guy was locked away for the purposes of not being able to talk to anybody. That's what I believe. So I don't even know why I got onto that picture. I don't even know what we were talking about that brought me to that picture.
Because I said when they were on the Freedom Bridge, did they see any vehicle at the CPS building?
Oh yeah.
That's like nobody asked them.
Right. Online rumors say yeah they did, but we don't know that to be true. That's true. Okay. Anything else that we need to do tonight?
No. Redacted doing redacted.
Redact the whole thing. We'll just redact it.
No, woman changed her name.
Okay. I don't know. There's this you can just dig into this, and there's just stuff that like comes back to you. It's like how do you even know it's all tied together or not tied together? That's always been the weirdest thing about this case. Is there's definitely the many coincidences of Delphi. It's a pixel blob, but could be parked like BB described, parallel to building instead of perpendicular. Right? Could be. Oh, woman, thank you for coming out feeling crummy. It's Sleuthy's fault. She got me sick.
Yeah.
I think that's still essentially the same testimony as Betsy Blair. Not to be confused with Elizabeth Blair. Or to be confused. All right, I'm done. I quit. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna take some NyQuil, and I'm fucking done.
That sounds like a wonderful evening.
And then Sleuthy and I will figure out what the hell we're gonna do.
With what?
What are we doing next?
Oh, I don't know.
So trial-wise, there's a trial coming up in December that I want to cover. So I have been working on doing like a whole background thing for anybody who didn't follow the case of Courtney Clenny. Her trial is coming up. It should be starting around December 1st, if my memory serves. No corn fork updates. Nope. So that's kind of just for next trial purposes. That's the next on my agenda. I don't know if you guys have any other trials that you know that are coming up before that you guys care to watch. If you do, let me know. Other than that, I'm going to just keep going through the documents that All Eyes got, and then I'm still working on catching up to Sleuthy on the AI stuff, so it's coming out much slower. But I had to stop because I was getting very frustrated with doing it and it not doing what I wanted it to do very easily. So I decided it's better to just do parts of it here and there. So those are going to trickle out instead of coming out in like chunks, because that's just how it's the only way I can handle it without wanting to bust the shit out of my computer. And so the AI trial stuff is still happening. It's just not at a speed of anything that anybody cares about. But I want to finish it because I said I would. And what else? What else you got, Sleuthy? What else are we doing?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it right now. That's just going to keep going through the Delphi documents. Maybe if I get some time in my life, then we can sit down and we can actually finish writing out the maybe like a 6-episoder intro to Delphi.
Yeah, that would be great, actually.
Yeah, we can get Ange on that. Other than that, I don't really have. I have nothing pressing. I have odds and end cases I've been following. I don't have anything huge happening that I'm like I'll be live tomorrow to share this with you. So at this point, because I kind of just see it when I see it. I don't know.
Well, that's mean.
I know. I don't know. But I mean, I don't know if you guys have something you want to talk about. Like, we could definitely schedule it.
I'm gonna have to get some rest. You sound gross. You do. But also finish listening to that thing you were listening to earlier.
Oh, I got an. Oh, stay on after I don't leave. Don't get off the live stream. Stay on. I got something to tell you about that. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up then. And thank you guys as always. I love you guys. I know that you have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here with us. And you didn't even change to Betsy Blair.
Oh my God! I just realized that. You couldn't see me before.
That's okay. All right. Love you all. Go enjoy the rest of your weekend. And then I will try to get better and put some shit together to come on and talk to you guys about.
Okay.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.